There it is, folks. Submit to the High Council here on World Class Bullshitters. I'm your host, Jeff Hicks, and with me tonight is Mecha Random 42.
I got a double Jamaram.
Yeah. We can just keep this up since everyone loves him. There we go. And we're also joined by our friend Tom from Midnight's Edge After Dark.
Where?
Oh, you didn't hear?
Jamaram! I'm his biggest fan.
I swear it looks like a girl.
Jamaram's a girl guy.
It looks like a girl. So they, them.
You know what? It's a Star Wars character that I have spent $0 on and will continue to spend absolutely $0 on. Why? Well, they don't make the toy. And two, it's Ram Jamaram. We make fun of Ram Jamaram. He makes us money. We don't make them money. Jamaram! Thanks, Star Wars. If you're going to make a character based off me, I don't really believe that. But if you would, why not make fun of it? So, folks.
You're prettier than that.
I believe I am. I am not
I believe you are.
Thank you. That's two. That's all that counts. Me and you.
Yeah.
And Shapancake.
Yeah, me three. I matter.
So, folks, tonight we're going to be, excuse me, we're going to be talking about a few different things. We're going to be talking about Gina Carano and the Mandalorian. Apparently, she's nominated for an Oscar. Let's close this window while we're talking, too, so the family is...
Emmy, you mean, but yeah.
Yeah, Emmy. Sorry, what did I say? An Oscar? Yeah, Gina Carano's movie from the Daily Wire is so good that I'm giving her the Oscar nomination.
Pre-nominated.
Yeah, it's pre-nominated.
I just give it to her.
It is. It's like Minority
It's like
Report.
Spaceball. No, it's like Spaceballs. They give you the Oscar before the movie's out.
Yeah. God. Hope we can
Next year's winner, Spaceballs 3. It's a good one.
I can't wait. Maybe we can go to ludicrous speed and see it. We'll go to Plaid. Oh my God. So, guys, what is new since we've last met? Anything new in your neck of the woods?
Jamaram?
Oh. Jamaram! I just got to keep it on.
I got a Bill and Ted figure and Bill's leg broke off.
Oh, I got a Marty Feldman figure. I got a few Migos. I got some Migos.
We moved, or we're moving. That's about it. So nothing too exciting in this. But folks, the reason I bring this up at the beginning of the show is for those that enjoy this show. Oh no, Bill is down.
You hurt
him.
The
robots weren't built too well.
You broke him.
They're made by Toy Biz. They're fucking garbage. They're not very good. Here's Ted. Oh, there you go.
Ted Theodore.
And then the phone booth is almost like $50. And the one
that's why
from when we were kids, from when we were kids, is better than this thing.
I guess I'll have to
kind of disappointed. Yeah.
Kind of. Well, at least Bill and Ted 3 wasn't disappointing.
True.
I mean, that's what matters. The movie was good. The merchandise sucked. Unlike Indiana Jones 4, the movie was shit, but the merchandise was top.
That's so true.
I bought almost everything. Who'd you get? Oh, Ultraman.
And they had Dr. Zaius, so I had to buy Dr. Zaius. Oh, Son of Frankenstein. So, fun fact: Son of Frankenstein was filmed in color, actually.
Oh, I was not aware.
They knew that his coat was brown because they had pictures of it, from what I remember, anyway. And of course, had to get the Marty Feldman.
Yes, I love it.
I had to. I'm like, I couldn't leave him there. I couldn't leave it there. I've been shopping lately, and I shouldn't be. I've got to be stopped.
So, folks, the reason I had brought up the moving thing is just to let you know that the family, aka the massive traffic that rips down my street all the time, that's going away.
We're divorcing them.
We're divorcing this street. So, for those out there that are probably like, oh no, look, there's a new computer for the channel, and there's going to be a new place. So you're going to have me not roboting anymore, and me not living in Grand Theft Auto, the Ron Howard movie. No more Crap Room Street. No more. No more, no more. So, folks, I just wanted to let you guys know, expect the audio quality and the quality of the WCBS stuff to go up because, hey, shit worked out for us. I can see some of you are very upset right now. Sorry, Hologram Nunchuck. I'm very sorry. Well, there we go. We'll press 1 for the traffic that's just out there.
You had to say something.
I had to say so. I jinxed myself. But you know what? Oh, well. So last week, folks, we had May the 4th. It was our special Star Wars Day stream. We talked about Star Wars. We talked about Star Wars again. It was a very on-topic show, but it was a great show. So tonight, let's have a little fun at Star Wars expense. Because I have a question. Usually when you get fired, it means something. You're gone, right?
Yes, usually.
Now, have you guys ever been fired from a job? And did you get, anything afterwards outside of like, hey, your last paycheck is here?
Were you ever put up for an award or accolade at the company after you were fired?
Have you ever been nominated for a Employee of the Month award after you were fired from McDonald's or whatever job you may have had? I haven't personally, but apparently that's the case for Gina Carano, because this is what's circulating right now, and I think we live in the fucking Twilight Zone. Lucasfilm pushes fired Mandalorian star Gina Carano for Emmy nod. What the fuck? So, a couple of months ago, weeks ago actually, this woman's comments were so reprehensible that we had to separate our entire company from your existence. And now we want to put you up for an Emmy? What happened? Somebody give me an honest answer.
There's been a few things before this that kind of happened, but I mean, I don't know if they're all correlated or not. Her figures have started showing up a little bit more. Her episode on National Geographic with Bear Grylls got shown finally and reinstated. And again, this is one of those things where talking.
That was never canceled, though. Like, that was never canceled. That was just not listed. That was just we're going to shun her and pretend she doesn't exist. But they never, you don't film and edit and complete an entire episode of something and not show it. They just didn't list it in their listings.
Well,
I wasn't even cued in on that one because I just didn't look at. I thought the stuff that happened with her was very shitty and very abrupt, but all of a sudden it's like she's popping up again. Have we all been duped? Was this like a big hey guys, keep talking about the Mandalorian still? Like, what the this is the most bizarre thing. I don't get what Lucasfilm's trying to do anymore.
I think this is an accident. I think this is all accidental, that it's just, some intern or some new employee or somebody was asked to drop a list of all of the names that should be submitted for an Emmy. And they just grabbed everybody off the cast list. And there's probably somebody who has no idea who any of these people are anyway. So I think it's just an accident. And the fact that we saw it and noticed it, now it's a giant news cycle.
Well, as I was saying before,
it's also possible, too, that, they had done the paperwork back in the day. Because, they write these episodes and shoot these episodes to be their Emmy episodes. So it's possible that, once the season aired, they had already, put it in the bag and, put it in the envelope and did the paperwork and just forgot to go back and undo it, Yeah. Whoops. Shit, I guess we said that in too early this time. Darn.
Well, like Script Doctor pointed out, usually the people that make these choices are the showrunners and the producers. So it's very likely that this could be Jon Favreau who put her up as kind of a fuck you to Disney.
Yeah, but Disney can veto that kind of shit.
Not really.
How? They own the company.
What are they going to veto, though? It's their choice to put up whoever. They have the other listings. There's other women they could have put up in there. For some reason, she's the only one they put up there for that.
She wasn't the only one. It was the other actress was.
She was the only actress up there for nomination for that specific field. All the other ones are under guest stars.
Well, she was kind of the only female that was reoccurring, though. That wasn't
not really.
Because how many episodes did Ahsoka have? Just one?
2 at least. That was it.
Yeah.
And Bo-Katan was 2, and then
the chick with Boba Fett had just as many episodes as Kylo. I can't remember her name, but yeah.
Sorry, I had a traffic race outside of my apartment again.
And what's funny is she's listed as a guest star, but Tamara Morrison or whatever the hell his name is, the guy who played Boba Fett, he's listed as a guest, as a supporting actor.
Well, that's because he's supposed to have a series coming in. So,
well, she's going to be in it too. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, Jesse. What's the difference? You told me this once when you were reading the thing about the guest star versus the co-star or whatever.
Yeah.
Because you explained this to me once because the thing.
Yeah, and I brought this up too the other night, but then it's like a lot of it doesn't make sense because everybody's listed under guest stars except for her.
And she's listed as what? Co-star?
She's listed as best supporting actress, and then Tamara Morrison and I'm trying to remember who the other one was listed as supporting actor.
Yeah. So I guess she's listed as supporting basically means they're considered a recurring cast member. And that has nothing to do with how much they do or don't appear in the show.
Right.
It's a matter of how they're contracted. So
but what's funny is
she's contracted as a recurring cast member.
And that's what I brought up last night. And everybody said, "Oh, bullshit." But I said, no, that makes sense to me. But the only one that threw me off was Carl Weathers is listed as guest actor. So unless that's
how he's contracted.
That's what I said, and everybody's like, yeah. They said no, that doesn't make any sense. And I'm
it has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with screen time. It probably, honestly, a recurring probably means signing on for a season commitment. Someone like Carl Weathers probably only signs a guest star contract and is even willing to take potentially less money in certain cases. Though for him, he probably gets a huge bonus for being who he is. But essentially, it's a different. So the contract's going to be different. A recurring role, when you're offered that type of contract, you're going to be locked in for X number of episodes. It'll be guaranteed this rate of pay for this number of episodes with this type of residuals. A guest star is probably going to be entitled to fewer residuals, right? But it's a different type of less exclusive contract. So if Carl Weathers has a million other projects in the works, which he always does, he's not tied into he's got to be there for X number of episodes. He has more flexibility. If they're like, okay, we wrote you into an episode, he can be like, sorry, I have a commitment, and they have to work around his schedule.
Where were you when I needed you yesterday?
Stressing still over things.
No, but that's kind of basically the point I was trying to make yesterday, and I was like, I think it has more to do with contracts and how they're presented. But again, that could very well be why they had. And I said it could be that Disney has no fucking choice. It's either put her up or put nobody up.
Now, the other thing is, so that's going to determine how they're billed too. Now, if that's how it's billed, so if Carl Weathers is billed as a guest star, and she's billed as recurring, or she's just billed as with so and so, then that may be how they're locked in. Now, because I don't know how it works with the Emmys on that front, because I know with the Oscars, when it comes to supporting versus main, it's just whatever the fuck they think. Now, that may be for in the case of the Emmys for supporting versus main. Again, they may not have that flexibility with guest star versus recurring, but it could also come down to things like, okay, maybe there's a shoo-in in that category for recurring role for a male, and maybe Carl Weathers feels like adding an Emmy to his roster this year, so he's much more competitive in the guest star spot. So maybe from the get-go, he said, yeah, make me a guest star because then you can nominate me as a guest star, and then I can get a guest star Emmy. So the difference between that is contracts and politics. It's nothing. It's and behind the door stuff, the stuff that doesn't concern the fans. So it doesn't mean anything for people who are looking to read into it. There's no deeper meaning or anything.
Well, that's kind of where I was getting at. It was kind of like just more or less like this is just the way things are. She was there. She did the job. She got paid. She's credited. If they want to nominate somebody, this is what the only choice they really have, kind of thing. And again, like you said, unless it's like the Oscars where they kind of decide, because I remember that was the whole thing with a few actors in the past where they've tried to decide whether or not they should be in the best actor or supporting actor category or actor, actress, whatever,
Oh yeah, they put Daniel Kaluuya in supporting actor because they knew he'd be a shoo-in for Judas and the Black Messiah, but he'd have a much harder time competing against Anthony Hopkins.
Same thing with Heath Ledger and a few other ones, yeah. All right.
So I just... a couple weeks ago, it was like doom is over for this, and now this. This is such an odd.
It's like canceling used to mean absolute. Yeah. We never speak your name. You're Voldemort. We never speak your name again.
She got canceled. They ran her through the ringer. They did all this crap to her. They treated her like shit. Left her out to dry. She went off and did her own thing, or is in the process of that. And now it's like, okay, question for you guys. You're Gina Carano. Do you accept? If so, how do you? Because I, for one, would accept with the biggest smile on my face.
Oh, I'm sure she will.
How great of an honor it is to hold this Emmy for Star Wars, and how Gina Carano and Star Wars are tied together forever. It's a win for whatever. And
better yet, she's got to say this is a win for women's voices, and just really hit it home with all the feminist points.
Yeah. This is a win for women, for the downtrodden, for people who are victimized, who are bullied by large corporations as individual. Oh my God!
Exactly. You could write it for her, Jesse. That's
hell to the I would have, and part of it too, and I would also make things clear too, is I'm accepting this award not on behalf of this company, but on behalf of the work I personally did as an actor to do my best job.
Hell yeah.
I think she.
No, I think that's totally what she should do. I agree with that.
This is such a Twilight Zone world we live in. I almost made a Twilight Zone button, but
well, again, and I'm wondering if Disney's trying to warm up the oven for asking her to come back like they did with James Gunn, because we have a very similar situation here where we don't even have a name or a face to attach to this firing. At least with that one, they had somebody to blame, and that was Alan Horn, who was a little bit down on the totem pole as far as there was people who could go above him and say, now, wait a minute, which had happened. And we saw where Bob Iger and Kevin Feige got together and they pulled it back and they brought James back in. This is a very similar situation here where you have a no-name nobody from Lucasfilm who basically put this out there. At no time has Disney ever publicly owned that they have fired Gina Carano. Even when Bob Chapek was asked that in that stockholders meeting or whatever it was, he just danced around it. He didn't say, oh yeah, we knew that we had to do this, or yeah, that was an unfortunate thing, or anything like that. He just taptoed around the whole thing.
Well, that's because they didn't fire her. They just didn't offer her a contract.
Yeah, they just didn't renew her contract. Exactly.
It's not even a renewal. It's just they didn't offer it. They didn't, they didn't write her into the show. They didn't offer anything. So realistically, you're right. If they were to decide to reverse course, if they were to feel that the climate is right and they can just pull a James Gunn and whoopsie, then exactly, they have a built-in narrative. Oh, well, we decided to write her into season 3 after all.
And I think the thorn in the side, though, is going to be whether or not she'll say yes. I think it'll be.
And I don't envy her that decision, though.
I think it'll boil down to no, she's not going to want to do it. But if she does, it's going to be for the fans and Jon Favreau, and that's it. I
think she has a great narrative to spin with that. And if I'm her and I'm interested in my acting career, it's still, it's that's why I said I don't envy her, because I think you've got to be able to have a really good PR spin of I'm doing this for the fans, I'm doing this for John, I'm doing this to keep Cara Dune alive. For the girls, it means something too, because it's going to be, I think it's for her career and her future, it's the right thing to do, but she needs to find a way forward to maintain the integrity that she's built for herself.
Yeah, I mean, because she has never even set out that she's officially heard anything from Disney, but you're right. Like, there's no real reason for her to, and I think that puts them in the position to when, if they do offer her a new contract, they can just simply hide behind the fact that, well, we never fired her. There was no firing involved. Who said that? That was some no name from Lucasfilm. We don't know who that is.
And they could make up all kinds of things.
Exactly.
Like, oh, well, we weren't sure we wanted to offer this because we had already heard she was talking to Ben Shapiro about a movie, and we didn't know if she was going to be available, and blah, blah, blah. It had nothing to do with...
Oh, yeah, I can spin the shit out of it.
Of course.
But that's the other side, is if she turns it down, we're never going to hear one way or the other. I mean, it'll probably never be public unless she says something, so...
It's just such an odd thing, though, that, like you said, Jesse, canceling used to mean something. Mm-hmm. It's like... let's close the book on this until award season. It's like, they can't write this shit.
Well, and that's the other part of it is, even if look at the most selfish reasons for doing this. That's just so they could possibly win. She can win. And then they can just say that Mandalorian's X amount of time Emmy winning series. They don't have to say for what.
Exactly.
Well, welcome into the show, Comics Division. What's up, dude?
Yeah. Hail, Comics. How you doing? I can hear you, Comics.
I was like, oh man, that's excellent. Launch travel.
Said sup in the private chat, but no comprende on the audio there, bud.
Yeah, we don't hear you, bud. While you're working that out, though, anything else you guys, before he gets his stuff worked out, anything else you guys would like to say about this? And do you think there's anything in The Mandalorian that you would honestly nominate for an Emmy? Excuse me.
That little baby.
I got a Star Wars toy video I'm putting out, and I found so many different representations of Baby Yoda, but I found what I think it might be the ugliest, most unsettling one. So Jesse and I looked at that today.
I saw a Baby Yoda pipe, like smoking pipe.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. Those are great.
You gonna hit it?
It doesn't look like it'd be fun to smoke out of.
I would never want to smoke out of anything Star Wars themed. I feel like I'm betraying my childhood.
Well, it's just I'm not one for those. Like, I'm not even a big fan of like glass. Like, to me, I'm just an old schooler, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna take back my statement. A lightsaber bong would be pretty bitchin'.
A lightsaber bong would be pretty bitchin', especially if it made the noises when you like.
Yeah, when you lit it up.
Yeah, and then it would be like, and then when you stop it, go.
And if it's good enough, your head will keep going.
Yeah, you won't even notice. But it has to have LEDs going up the sides, so like, yeah, it senses. You know.
So what we're saying, Tom, is we need to get into business together and go to Disney to get a license for Star Wars themed.
You ain't getting a fucking license for that shit. Just call them laser sword bombs. George Lucas will be like, some bitch.
My ally is the
figured me out.
We got you, George.
Well, he doesn't own it anymore, but you know how litigious he was with that shit.
Oh yeah,
he would let the fans do anything they wanted, but if you wanted to name your laser beam like like a lightsaber or some shit like that, he'd come slapping you with a lawsuit quicker than shit. Remember the whole deal they had to come up with droid because of the whole android thing, which is stupid because android was a word before that, but because he shortened it and trademarked droid, motherfucker owned the word droid.
That's true. I remember seeing the copyright commercials on those old cell phone ads.
Yeah, Lucasfilm. Yeah, he was smart. I gotta give him that.
So while we're waiting for comics, let's see if we have any super chats about this topic. First off, our friend Cesario Japan, thank you very much for your very generous super chat. He says, much like Weeaboos coming to aid Vic Mignogna / hashtag I stand with Vic with his legal troubles, I think hashtag the Fandom Menace would be up to crowdfunding any Disney employee's legal fund that challenges the training. Well, we'll be talking about that training in a minute. I am going to be learning about it with you folks on air. As I have said at the beginning of the stream, for the first time, probably in the channel's existence, weird real-life stuff has just been hitting me constantly. So I'm back up, but we're going to learn about this one together. So Cesario Japan, we'll talk about that in a moment, but I'll keep that in mind. But thank you. SH Rebels 08 says, Buffalo Jeff versus Beavis and Butthead, go.
Hi, boys.
Hello.
Do you like skin?
No.
No. I mean, yeah. No.
Oh. Do you boys want to play a game?
You got like Sony PlayStation or Xbox?
No, a different kind of game. It requires luck. Are you boys lucky?
We get lucky all the time.
Yeah. I've had tons of chicks.
You look like it. Yes, you do.
All right, this is getting weird, so let's stop.
They just don't get it.
Yeah, they'll never get it. I'll just keep it copacetic, Jesse.
You didn't get lucky, Beavis. That was me, you dumbass.
God, they have these Beavis and Butthead acrylic pins that they keep selling on Facebook. I want to get it. The ones Beavis in the bicycle, like E.T. and Butthead's driving the bicycle. It's hilarious. We have our friend Merlin Zid. Thank you very much. I would love a stream where Buffalo Jeff quotes Nicolas Cage lines for 5 hours. Merlin's Id, that's something I could do for Patreon. That's not a joke. If you guys wanted that, let me know. Today
everybody's
on Patreon,
like, keep going.
Well, folks, I did record The Very Hungry Caterpillar by Eric Carle as Buffalo Jeff. So if you'd like to hear another one of your childhood favorite stories be ruined by a skin-wearing psychopath, check it out.
Why are you talking like an idiot?
I'm going to teach you a new language.
He talks like my uncle.
I know your uncle. He's a good man. We're very good friends.
Oh, yeah, that creepy guy?
It's not creepy where I come from.
Yeah. Mom says no, go over to his house by himself.
You can come hang out with me anytime. I have lots of games to play.
You hear that, Beavis? Somebody who actually wants to hang out with you.
I'm uncomfortable. Moving on. Adam Lawford, thank you very much. He says, "It's over, Anakin. You can put hot dogs and pineapple on pizza." Also hail Doomcock. Who would win, Wizard versus Jedi? Hi, everyone. Got nothing new. Well, Adam Lawford, you being here is awesome. So thank you for joining us. Now, in terms of your message, who would win, Wizard versus Jedi? Aren't wizards and Jedi the same thing? I mean, that wizard's just a crazy old man.
Wizards with laser swords.
Yeah. So you can have Expelliarmus and all that other shit, but I'd rather have the Force and a lightsaber. So I think Jedi will win every time. What do you find folks in the chat as well as the panel say?
Of the choices of who?
Wizards versus Jedis.
Jedi. Well,
Jedi have lightsabers.
Wizards might win more, but I don't know.
It would just be a really interesting movie because Obi-Wan Kenobi versus Gandalf.
That would be interesting.
How does that go down, Jesse?
Obi-Wan versus Gandalf?
Yeah, like prime super powered.
It'd be just one big standoff because it'd be like, "You shall not pass," and it'd be like, "It's too late. I have the high ground." They just stand there, just looking at each other.
That's kind of the best scenario for everybody in both fandoms. It's like, look, your heroes are so powerful, neither can win. Are you happy? Yeah, kind of. Like, I'd rather watch them fight. What are those walking? What are the names of the enemies in Lord of the Rings? The orcs, right?
Orcs.
Yeah.
Okay, so orcs and stormtroopers team up, and orcs and battle droids, because we'll keep it like young Obi-Wan Kenobi, Clone Wars era.
Roger.
What is it with Star Wars and shitty disposable villains? I think they need to create a new villain. Because it's like they want to create all these additions to the lore and they want to make the heroes this and that. Why not make villains that actually are effective? Because we get it. The Empire has to win or they have to lose at a certain time in the history of Star Wars. But like, I'm watching some of these shows and it's like, yeah, cool. The heroes are going to get away because the Empire now sucks. Like, I want one where you just kind of semi-realistic. It doesn't have to be a kid's show or anything, but just show the heroes in danger again. Because I'll buy the first movie. They even say it. You know, we allowed them to escape. That's why the stormtroopers are shitty shots on the Death Star. Cloud City, they just got away. Okay. Really? And in Return of the Jedi, they were a little more effective. But like, overall, our heroes come up against lesser and lesser threats as our heroes are more and more powerful. I mean, I love the Avengers movies as much as the next guy, but the Chitauri were disposable. Ultron bots were disposable. Thanos' army were disposable creatures. Like, we're getting to a point where our heroes are so powerful that they have to face an army of, like, kind of powerful people. And it's getting kind of samey. So I would love to see an epic standoff where not much happens. Be different. Adam Wofford says, "Damn your eyes, too late. Abdi normal." Get that
Pronounced eye goal.
Oh. Dixon Cider says,
Did you say Abby normal?
"Yeah,
You don't get that?
Adby normal."
Abby,
Oh, no, ADBY. I was like, I don't know that one.
It's from Young Frankenstein.
Oh. Maybe he meant to say Abby normal. But
I got the brain from some lady.
Abby normal.
Some lady named Abby. Abby normal.
Oh, so I was just hung up on the typo. Sorry. Anyway.
It's an abnormal. You let me put an abnormal brain in. Something like that. It's been a while since I watched it. Nobody can freak out like Gene Wilder, though.
He's so great. My favorite Gene Wilder freak out still is Willy Wonka on the boat. Hi! He screams. I can't get my voice that high.
You stole fizzy lifting drinks. Therefore, you get nothing.
Good day, sir.
I said good day, sir.
I need a Willy Wonka button on this channel. Yes, I do. So we also have our friend Dixon Cider who says Buffalo Jeff should do to KK what he did to Han Solo and stealing Solo the comic. Just my opinion. Ask for me. Back to the corn hub.
Mens rea. How can we get the mens rea? We both use condoms. See no evil, hear no evil. I love that movie.
It's been forever since I've seen that, dude.
Sorry.
You're cool. Dixon Cider. Yeah, maybe Buffalo Jeff could. If Buffalo Jeff was real, maybe. Cesario Japan says Gina gets award, goes back to Lucasfilm. She gets to take over Kathleen Kennedy's job. Look at me, I'm the CEO now. Apparently, she's also Somalian, and I live on a racetrack. Culture Casino says, y'all having too much fun. Here's a bit of cheddar. Well, thank you, Culture Casino.
Thank you, Culture. I like cheddar cheese, and we got a comics division in the back.
Ah, perfect.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Hey, we can hear the sultry sounds of comics division.
Oh, geez. I have no idea what the hell happened, but apparently all my USB devices on my desktop decided to not work. And so I had to hunt down where it was plugged in and unplug it and plug it back in. So apparently it's good now.
Unplug it and plug it back in.
Yeah. It was weird. PCs, man. That's why I prefer Macs, but what the hell?
I'm going to try an Apple product soon. So bless you.
Bless you. Bless you. Bless you.
Yeah.
Damn, sounds like me when I'm sneezing.
Jesse is allergic to cats, and we have 4 of them.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Makes sense.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah. Excuse me. So Comics Division, welcome to the show. What do you think of this Gina Carano Oscar nom situation? Like Twilight Zone?
Is it actually a Oscar nom or is it an Emmy nom?
Or, sorry, Emmy nom. Sorry, I keep saying Oscar nom. Sorry, we just came out of Oscar season. Excuse me. Emmy nom. I got the award right on the title card, everything else.
I kind of feel like they're trying to suck up to the fans, but I don't think it's going to work.
No, people are really, really fucking pissed off, like to the next level. This isn't, us trying to generate click anger. It's like, no, people are just done. Shit's trending naturally. This isn't some convoluted shit where people were manipulating an algorithm. No, that stuff trended naturally. People were pissed. I don't blame
them, honestly. I mean, it's a bunch of crap. I mean, they fired her for bogus reasons, and I mean, if she goes back, I get it. I'm not gonna be mad at her because I think ultimately she does. She's gonna be doing it for the fans and not Disney. But at the same time, why would you want to? I mean, specifically with like the really toxic environment she just left. It's like, why would you go back?
I don't blame her. It's a monument to what happened to you.
Yeah,
but if I was her, though, I would love to go up and give that speech with the shit-eating grin, like I was saying earlier.
Oh yeah, that would be hilarious if she actually won. I think the only way she would actually win is if Disney freaking rigged it to try and appease people. Which, again, like I said, it's not going to work. Some people will probably go back, but I have no desire. I'm completely done with everything Disney, be it Marvel, be it Star Wars, especially after that news that Chris Rufo dropped about the D&I stuff that's coming out of Disney.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that the race stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna be talking about that. I got that stuff pulled up because it's like, really, Disney? So we'll talk about.
Well, it should be no surprise. I mean, if you've seen Falcon and Winter Soldier, you know that this shit's been going on, and this is just proof. This is proof that there's an agenda. It's proof that they're trying to push a narrative and open up conversations. One-sided conversations. I
feel like I did 5 or so. Oh God, I feel like I felt 6 years ago when I saw The Force Awakens, where it's like everyone. Because what I'm trying to get at is, I'm the person that would benefit from all of this shit that Disney's trying to do, but I facepalm every time because it just makes things worse for people. Like, this doesn't help a cause; it makes the world shittier. Like for everybody, no matter what skin color you are, because people naturally can find a way to get along. But God damn it, when you put this shit out there, and we'll get there in a minute, it's like, come on. Thank you, Dr. Coffin Nails. I'm with you as well. So, anything else you guys want to say about Gina Carano before we move into some more topics?
No, not really. I definitely hope that she has success working with Daily Wire or whatever. Was it Ben Shapiro? Yeah, that's it. Whatever she's doing there. So I'm pretty confident whichever direction she goes, she's gonna be successful. I mean, she has a fan base right now.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I think nobody's considered. Would she even want to go back? Like everybody wants her to go back. Like, does she even want to? Why would she want to?
I think the only reason why she would be for the fans, and that would be her only reason. Yeah,
as I said, for either the fans or Jon Favreau, that'd be the only way I could see her doing it.
Well, sorry, the reason I had muted myself is I thought there was an accident and heard something outside, but I don't know. It's just kind of hard to get into the mentality.
I can only be born once.
Yeah, I can only be born once.
Well, you said there was an accident outside, so
there we go.
God, Tom.
Yeah, actually,
sorry, folks. Technology issues will be taken care of by next week. Oh, so this Disney diversity stuff. Now, as a kid, I always thought of Disney as you watch their movies on tape. There's that theme park. When you go to McDonald's, you can usually get their toys. Like, that was Disney for me growing up. I didn't realize it was this weird entity that it has become. And maybe it has been the whole time and I just didn't know. That's the beautiful lie that you all live, because
I don't think it has been this way all the time. I think this is a recent development, like in the last 10 years, I think.
Okay. Because it colors my perception of the past in a really negative way. So, Mecca, what did you think about when you first heard this?
Well, my first instinct was, please let this be a voluntary thing for people who want to practice and join whatever religious indoctrination they want. Because, we're free to choose whatever we want to believe in. But if this is like a forced thing, then I think this is absolutely illegal, immoral, and Disney should pay.
Well, how they rationalize it is diversity training or something like that. All corporations have stuff like this. But yeah, I mean, it definitely takes it to a new level. And the best part, I don't know if you saw Chris Rufo's recent post, but apparently somebody took a screenshot of their internal portal and they pulled it down. So they've been shamed into pulling it.
Well, good. Now,
yes.
For those out there who don't know what it is, let's give the audience some context. So, folks, we're going to read this and learn a little together. That's fun, right? So, Whistleblower reveals details about Disney's anti-racism training program featuring lessons on systematic racism, white privilege.
I got the whole PDF if you want it.
Yeah, Culture sent it to me as well.
All right, well, I'm going to have you send it to me, but I'm going to use this because it's a little easier to follow narratively for the audience right now, and then we'll look at it too to get specifics. But a purported leak of internal documents has revealed a deeply ingrained critical social justice and race theory teaching found in Disney's latest employee diversity and inclusion training program. That's a lot to say. According to the documents, which independent journalist Christopher F. Rufio claims to have obtained from a company whistleblower, Disney's new Reimagine Tomorrow program consists of a number of different modules aimed at teaching employees how to be both anti-racist and be anti-racist. What? It doesn't. Okay.
Well, anti-racism, I mean, on the surface, it sounds fine, right? Like nobody wants to be racist. At least nobody's not racist, I should say. So on the surface, it sounds like, okay, anti-racist, no big deal. But the problem is the ideology that's driving it, because their whole thing is it's not enough to be not racist. You have to be anti-racist. And it's just like with anything else with these, kind of like cult-like activities that we've been seeing in, entertainment these days.
Hi.
Hey.
What is up? I had no idea what was even going on before I got here. So.
And then along comes Mary.
Yoo-hoo!
We're talking about Disney and their little diversity cult that's based on white fragility and all that garbage. Is this the Robin DiAngelo book still, right? Where she says she's a known racist and white supremacist, and that you just have to acknowledge the fact that you're racist because you're born, and join the cult and submit and never question. And
she wrote White Fragility, which is included in here, but all this can be summed up as critical race theory.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, and the best of my understanding is that they're twisting a lot of like social and economic things, and making the assumptions that because it benefited the quote unquote rich old white dudes and the elite elite, wealthy, privileged few back in the day that we're still in what 1700s. We're still in this time period where, you know, only poor people are minorities and only rich people are white, and there's no crossover between the two.
But that's actually pretty racist in and of itself, to assert that if you are poor, you must be a person of color, right? And so that's really
the
racist.
People that will say that a poor white dude living on the street has more privilege than Barack Obama.
Yeah, I know, which is batshit crazy.
Have people actually said that?
Oh yeah.
That's all part of it.
Well, so like, okay,
yeah,
so
but we don't talk to him anymore.
a little bit of personal background. I grew up like dirt poor. Okay, like that hillbilly chick in the South. By South I mean Kentucky.
That's the South, Mary.
That's South enough for me, right? We know what we are. And so we, for long stretches, didn't have electricity, and there were even periods where we didn't have running water, and that kind of difficulty growing up made me really appreciate just sort of basic amenities and the sort of work and grit that you have to put into it in order to just kind of get by sometimes and keep your head above water until something changes or turns or makes a way, right? But having grown up in that situation, like where there were nights that my mom would chuck my brother and my sister and I into bed on the full pull-out couch next to the kerosene heater to keep us from dying in our rooms because there was no heat in the house. And she would like pin up blankets and stuff. Like those moments gave me a lot of clarity about what it means to have something called grit and to never allow yourself to feel like a victim. People who have had to fight and struggle, they want nothing to do with being titled a victim. They want nothing handed to them, right? Because they understand that there's value in the struggle. There's value in the pressure that you push back against all of the weight of the world that comes at you on a regular basis, and that you come out more capable on the other side. We don't want that victim status. It's actually quite repulsive.
Yeah, but that's what they're pushing, is the whole victim status thing.
It's kind of gross.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, look at modern feminism. Like back in the 90s, it was all about girl power. Now it stopped being about girl power and being about how oppressed you are, and because that's what we're at. It's the more oppressed you are, which is the whole purpose of intersectional feminism. It's about it's like the more special you are, or the more kind of more oppressed the better you are, so to speak.
It's your minority multiplier, right? So
you
take different other identities, and they each have different values. And when you combine them, they combine to have different values, and you have to just measure it up. It's like a weird, complicated version of, like, I don't know, a stat-based card game.
Virtue was the word I was looking for. So it's oppression is virtue.
It's so weird that these people think like this, but whatever. Let's look at some of the shit. I was reading this and trying not to chuckle. So would you guys like to hear?
There's something that stuck out for me. It's like, okay, you're not allowed. They want you to question and have a dialogue and open communication, but at the same time, they also say, no, you're not allowed to ask people of their personal life experiences. Why? If I ask this person over here, they're going to tell me they're not oppressed.
Yeah, it's like the first thing they say in this documentation is that don't talk to your black coworkers about it, which I thought was really kind of weird.
It's emotionally taxing.
The
wording.
BS.
The wording, look, the situation's funny, but the wording is funnier to me. Like, I look at this, I can't believe that this is what constitutes for real corporate interest these days. So let's listen to this. Many of us are wondering how we can step up to support black colleagues and promote racial justice. You know, every morning I wake up and I think that, and who's going to help me? Who's going to help me promote social justice? I can't do anything on my own. Right?
That's how you treat people.
Yeah, this is why I date you, Jeff.
I
saw you and I thought, wow, what a helpless man of color.
Yeah.
He needs a white person in his life to be his ally. Because what would he ever accomplish without a white person who was constantly worrying about making sure that his needs were taken care of?
Yeah. I can't be the only person who got pissed enough to actually want to slap someone right there, right?
Well, Jeff suffers from internalized racism, which is
right.
Well, no, it's even
and
worse.
He's also morally white too.
So he's in good company.
Yeah.
You know the worst thing about this whole entire thing, before we even get really deep into it? Disney did come out and finally comment on this. They didn't deny that it was real.
Oh no, they didn't.
All they did was say that it was distorted in how it was presented, and we're like, it's fucking
No,
laid out here, point for point, beat for beat. How is this distorted in any way? And then there's a section of this where you can actually,
Tom. That's why.
and then you can actually take like they actually have the sheet. The girls took it last night, and I made them stop halfway through because I'm like, this shit's just too personal. Like it's like a checklist of how privileged you are.
Yeah.
It gets into some questions that are just like
Well, they ask
way
women if
out
they've
of
been
line.
violated.
No,
And, like,
wait,
you can't
Tom,
ask
can you
somebody
send
this. You
this?
can't ask somebody their religion. You can't ask somebody their ethnicity. You can't ask them to out themselves. You can't put somebody else through a like what if it's a woman who has been violated, like in the most worst extreme way? I'm not going to use the word because I'm sure it'll get flagged or demonetized or whatever. But like if a woman has been violated in that way, why the hell are you asking her to relive that and tell
Yeah.
you, some random effing employer, Disney?
When I saw that shit, I was livid. I was completely livid. You are literally like putting people who have been, look, that doesn't just apply to women. There are men who have gone through those experiences as well, right?
Exactly.
You're putting these people in the most vulnerable position of their life, and you're forcing them to relive that moment, so that they can tell you how oppressed they are. Perhaps they don't want to go back there. Perhaps they don't want to revisit this crucial moment of their life that forever changed them, right? Like maybe they don't really want to think about that more often than they're absolutely required to. What the actual kind of fucked up is this?
Hey,
That's how to break you so that they can conform you into their cult. That's what it is. It's designed to break you emotionally. It's designed to bring up past trauma. It's designed to confuse and just break your will and make you submit.
Well, here's my thing about all of this, and it's that
Can somebody send me these questions, please?
Yeah,
Can
actually,
somebody send me these, please?
I can send it.
I'll send you Rufo's stuff. Sorry, I called him Russo earlier, but it's Rufo.
Oh God, Vince Russo's back in the news. Oh.
Here's my thing, though: is this is all going to come out in the wash at some point because you are incentivizing victimhood, right? You are incentivizing people to want to label themselves something other than they are. One of the things that ticks me off about a lot of this sort of how do I say this without crossing a line here? Just the inclusion of an entire spectrum of certain things and people defining themselves with a bajillion different ways and putting themselves on that spectrum with increasingly bizarre things and in increasingly bizarre ways is because people are incentivized to do this. All right. You're going to have people insincerely place themselves on this spectrum. And I believe we're already seeing that to the point where it's not going to matter anymore because everyone's a unicorn. And I'm almost for it at this point, if only so we can get back to a place where we start judging people individually. Like, I'm so sick and tired of it. I don't fucking care whether or not you're boning the leaf on a tree at 2 a.m. in the morning publicly. Like, I don't fucking care anymore. I just don't care. I would just like to get back to the place where I can speak on a person-to-person level with people without everything having to do with these incidental aspects of their humanity.
Yep. And by the way, Jesse, I don't know what your Twitter address is, so I'm just dropping them in the private chat here.
Oh, perfect, Jeff. Kick it to me.
Yep.
Thank you.
No problem.
And I'm just Jesse Milestone on Twitter if you ever need to look me up.
I looked, but I couldn't find you. It was kind of weird.
AESSI. You got to spell it right.
So, outside of asking what people can do for the black colleagues to re-educate and all this other shit, let's look at some of the guide. So we're supposed to think of this guide as one of the many starting points to becoming an ally. Throughout the guide, we have been intentional about addressing both white and non-black people of color allies because each group can extend different and distinctive types of allyship. While this is not an exhaustive list, there are 3 critical components to being an ally: learning, reflecting, and engaging. No.
Yay.
I don't wanna.
You know what this makes me happy for? The fact that I don't work for a company. Like, if I couldn't work anywhere.
You're very fortunate, Jeff. You don't have to put this crap.
If somebody sat me down and like, Jeff, can you be an ally for this community? I'm like, do you know who the fuck I actually am? Like, where's like this is so dumb. Like, I thought we were just supposed to get along because people were people.
Yeah.
That's what
that was supposed to work.
You would think that would be the approach, right? Is that you would learn to stop incentivizing having people see the color aspect, right? Or the gender aspect or the sexualized, like who you bone on when you're at home aspect, right? You would think that would be something that we would try to be turning ourselves away from, so that we could see the human in front of us and not this.
They don't want us to see the human. They want to categorize us. They want us divided up into groups, divided by cis, straight, skin color, etc. They want segregation back. That's the thing that I find so insane about all of this, is that we spent the last 60 years moving away from segregation, making the world colorblind. And somebody was like, stop. This is all bad. Throw it in reverse. We have to undo all this stuff now. It's like, whatever.
I think we should throw it in reverse. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I agree. The pendulum shift, man, has been swift, and it keeps it's coming. It's like we're watching all this weird shit happen. Like the world's breaking in a weird way. And
well, by throwing it in reverse, I mean like the whole idea of being a colorblind society and removing segregation. That's what they've thrown in reverse. This SJW nonsense, the identity politics, the gender politics. That's the stuff we obviously need to reverse, because this is all very, very bad.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I grew up in the 90s, right? And to be fair, I was relatively like sheltered and secluded because I was homeschooled. But it was really bizarre because none of this stuff ever came up, right? You just kind of went out and you hung out with the people who you had access to. And so whatever color or gender that happened to be didn't really matter, because when you didn't have anybody else to fucking talk to or play with, you were just desperate for interaction with human beings. And so you would latch on to that in whatever way that you could. Like, I could not care less if you insert a bark after every third word. You're a human being and I would like to engage with you, right? And so that just was how it was. Like, you just hung out with people and it didn't matter what they looked like, and it didn't matter what gender they were, and it was cool. It was all just really cool, right? And it's becoming increasingly weird out there.
Yeah, it is. And this document gets really weird too. It talks about how you have to go and of course, the first thing you have to do is talk to your children and teenagers about it, because you have to indoctrinate the rest of the world. But they're telling you have to be a patron of black businesses. It's like, that's not a reason to patron a business. You patron a business because they've earned your dollar in some capacity. And one of the things I brought up last night is that there was a Cajun place we used to go to at this one place I worked at. We went there because the food was good. It was fantastic. The people that ran the business were actually displaced because of Katrina. And yes, they were black. But the reason why we went wasn't because they're black and we want to give them our business. We went because the food was good. The service was great and they were nice people.
I think the merit-based system, that's what everything had been forever.
Yeah,
it's like,
but they don't want merit.
No, it's like, why does this business succeed? Because people love the food. Why does this happen? Because they're considered the best. They make the best product. It's like, I really think at the turn of the century, when we started slowing it down, it's like when people started getting attention for businesses, it's like, oh, the news wanted to spot, like, well, this person ran a business with this thing or that problem or this disability. It's like, okay, cool. And then it's like, now social media happened, and now it's like we're trying to parse every little thing to make everybody unique. It's like, you know what I'm trying to get at, though? It's like we're not achieving anything anymore with all of this.
No, we're not.
It's really bizarre. I'm reading this. Do not question or debate Black colleagues' lived experience. At what point did we step away from the ability to question everything? You remember that? Question everything.
Yeah.
Question everything. That's what we were told growing up, is question everything, right? That was how you learned about the world around you and the people that populated it. You question everything. And that's how you learned how to deal with everything that was going around. How you learned how to pick apart what was happening around you and to your world so that you could process it better and adjust your own responses better, right?
Well, question everything turned into listen and believe. That's what it turned into.
Well, it's easy. If you question, then you start to say, did I actually like this movie? Was it any good? No, it really, really wasn't. So if you question, then you complain. And then when you complain, you're not just blindly giving money to the cult and to Disney, to the master.
Well,
it's more insidious than that. It's more about, don't talk to other people so you get another point of view.
Yeah.
Silencing voices of your black colleagues and coworkers. Then
it's so bizarre.
Well, isn't that bizarre? Like imagine where that can be taken to, and you don't have to question someone's lived experience, right? They can then literally make up whatever lived experience they want to.
Yeah. Well, it goes back to the whole thing. I brought this up last night about facts. It's like, this is where your personal truth comes in, because that can replace, facts of reality. Well, this thing is my personal truth, so therefore it must be so. I've experienced all this racism on my life. Therefore, all white people must be racist. That's my personal truth.
Well, look, here's the thing. None of this means abandoning human decency. No one here on this panel is suggesting that, right? We're saying that there needs to be a big difference between the incorporation of a policy that says you can't, right? The incorporation of the notion that while you're at work, you must absolutely behave in this way because of someone's racial aspect, right? No one here is inclined to treat someone in any kind of way because of the way that they look, right? Or what their gender may be, or anything. No one here wants to throw that away, right? No one here has any disrespect for anyone's life choices or what it is that they may have experienced. Everyone here is full of empathy and full of the desire to reach out to other people in their humanity, right? No one wants to abandon that, but we don't need you to tell us to do that either. It turns out that human beings tend to have innate empathy for one another, tend to have an ability to connect with one another on a human level, and don't need you to tell us how to do that. We just kind of know it. It's absolutely ingrained within within us.
Again, it's just bizarre that an entertainment company feels like they need to do this. Like Disney, really? Why don't you think about the impact that your bullshit marketing leaves? Like, we love John Boyega, except in China, where we want to make money, so we censor black people. What do we? We're really we're allies. Disney, you ain't a fucking ally. You're a hypocrite.
We're allies. Meanwhile, we're gonna go film this movie in a country where they have concentration camps.
Why did they cut out the gay kiss in The Rise of Skywalker? In America, I had no problem seeing those two ugly ladies kiss. It wasn't a problem. I don't care if it's two ugly people, two attractive people. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal to see two people of the same sex kiss. It's you know what?
It does to me if I'm paying money.
Seriously. I want those lesbians to be hot, not old and ugly.
Well, my point is, if Disney has the gall to lecture us here in America or in the Western world, and then they want to hide behind their value. They hide their values for the rest of the world because they don't line up with other countries. I think that's worse. I think that's damning, and I think that sends a shittier message than any internal struggle. You want to basically brainwash people and create this weird retarded cult inside of your company. Cool, more power.
Well, here's the thing,
that.
Jeff. I mean, what they're doing now, the whole social justice thing in businesses is trendy right now. That's the only reason why they're doing it. The real money they're chasing is that China dollar. That's what they really care about.
Yeah.
Well, I was out today, and the Shang-Chi marketing push is out in full effect. Mm-hmm. I have never seen a more bullshit Marvel launch ever. I've got a toy video coming out, but I talk in the video to Jesse. I'm like, I asked her this question. Hear me out for a second. I said, have all Marvel movies been as basic and shitty as Shang-Chi looks, and were the superheroes just awesome and epic? Or were all those movies great and we've just reached the terrible movie now?
Doesn't it feel basic bitch like Captain Marvel? It feels really basic bitch, doesn't it?
It does, 100%. By the way, real quick, Kiefer Riley Johnson, I took a picture of that. That's going in the World Class Bullshitters book of official canon. So thank you. But yeah, Shang-Chi does look like a basic bitch. And that's not really a problem when you have, a sequel. It's like, the Avengers 2 looks cool. Not as cool as the first one, but that's the Avengers. When you're launching a new superhero, and you don't have to worry about any of the SJW crap that they want to throw in the marketing or any of the bullshit of 2020 with social media, just flat out what's in front of you, it doesn't look cool. It's a dude with a stick. I don't care what skin color or what he represents. It's a dude with a stick.
Well, I mean, and maybe it will be a cool martial arts movie, because that's one thing is I love martial arts films, and I'll be honest, the Chinese do it way better than the Americans. They have some of the best martial arts films. This, I don't know. We'll see, I guess. I honestly have no plans seeing it, so I'll wait for the reviews.
It feels like this is probably going to be a repeat of Mulan, where they try to do this whole sort of kung fu aspect thing or whatever, where they throw in the and you're Disney. This isn't your niche. What are you doing? Like, I don't. It's not that I'm saying that we can't do this, but if you're going to do this, you need to do it right, and you need to put all the effort in. And that's not the vibe I'm getting here. It's just not.
You know, the question that I had, the internal struggle, let's make it sound more grandiose than it actually is, but that question I asked myself, that's the thing that's been bothering me. Have I been duped since 2009? Excuse me, 2008?
I don't think you have been duped. I think what we've seen has been the slow decline of the MCU, because in my opinion, the peak was with Winter Soldier. That is like my favorite MCU film right there.
It's the best, yeah.
It is. And everything else has just kind of like gone down and down and down. And so we've been on this slide for a while. I mean, what was it? Infinity War was good. Not as good as Captain America Civil War. Endgame, I walked away with mixed feelings, and I kind of saw on the fact that I didn't like the movie. Mainly because the 5-year jump. And I don't want to get into my problems with the movie, but overall, I wouldn't say the enjoyability, but the level of creativity and entertainment has just been sliding downhill ever since. And that's the problem. And the issue that Disney's going to run into is because of Endgame, everybody has gotten off the ride at this point. And you're trying to get people in. What's your hook? The Eternals, a group that, unless you're a Kirby enthusiast, you probably haven't heard of. Is it a dead character with Black Widow? You mean that movie we should have got probably in phase 2?
After Winter Soldier?
Yeah, after Winter Soldier. Is it going to be Soy Boy, God of Thunder, and Jane Foster Thor? I mean, is it going to be that? No. Yeah, I mean, what else do they have coming out? It's like, is it going to be the multiverse of madness? The issue is what they should have done. All the characters they're planning on spinning off movies, they should have incorporated them in earlier to get people to like them, and that would make people want to go and see the movies. But the issue is they didn't do any of that. So you're being introduced to a new group of, I don't want to say heroes, because I don't know if they're going to be heroes. A new group of characters that no one's going to give a shit about at this point.
Is it weird that I'm cheering on the demise?
No, I am too.
I know that's sort of kind of gross in its own way.
It's really not. It's well earned, in my opinion.
But it's bizarre how you can. I guess when I say it feels gross, what I'm likening it to is that couple that fell out of love, right? So they went from loving each other and putting each other on pedestals and just you feeling that mutual like give and take, right? And where we all were just like, here, take my money, right? Because we were so on such a high with Marvel for so long, and now I'm at this place where I want to watch it burn. I want to go take the clothes out of the closet, put them on the lawn, and set them on fire. And I'm good with this. I'm completely good with this, right? Is that where we've gotten though?
It is actually, because I mean, this is where we are with comic books. It encompasses all of entertainment. I at this point I've stopped buying Marvel comics. The only thing I'm buying from DC is the Black Label stuff because it's somewhat decent. I have no plans to buy anything else. Everything else is either independent or off of Indiegogo. And it's the same thing that we're seeing out of Hollywood and TV. It's this. I want it to burn to the ground because I want them to lose money. Unfortunately, we'll end up paying for it some form or fashion because they're just going to get a bailout because of thanks.
Isn't that weird?
Hollywood.
It's fucking gross.
Yeah, and it is. But at the end of the day, I want them to lose money because I want them to understand that this is not what people like. I want them to get as woke as humanly possible because I want the normies to wake up to what's going on, and I want the money to stop flowing into these stupid companies.
I agree with
but they're just going to get bailed out.
Well, I feel like we're at that. We're having a weird repeat of history, right? Where you stop when you run out of ideas, when you stop doing something good, when you stop doing something new, when you stop paying attention to the climate of the people around you. Disney learned this lesson back in the 80s, right? They were nearly good. There was like no animation crap going down. Great Mouse Detective saved that stuff. We had the Renaissance, and they learned what it meant to put in the effort to do the job, right? They were saved by the skin of their teeth in that moment, and they're headed for it again. How did you throw this away with both hands? How did you do that? How are we here? Because you know that you have to know that that's where you're headed. You have to know this isn't viable.
Well, they do it because first off, it's the too big to fail mentality, and they're kind of right. This is the reason why Marvel can get away with writing garbage tier comics for like the last 10 years. Is because, you know, they're owned by Disney. They could basically do whatever they want. They could piss off their customers and not, you know, have the money. And what happens? They serve as an IP farm for these movies and whatnot. That's what's going on.
And the theme parks. Don't forget the theme parks.
Yeah,
because like
that too.
That time you're talking about, Mary, wasn't the first time they did that, because that began like a slow decline after the death of Disney. Like they just went down this downward spiral that basically, if they wouldn't have made Who Framed Roger Rabbit, we probably wouldn't have Disney today.
Well, then I wish that movie didn't exist.
Well,
no,
to
I
a
mean,
point,
there's a lot of the good things that we got, you know, between then and now.
Because then you go back 20 years, and that's when they were making shit like John Carter and Mars Needs Moms. And Mars Needs Moms is still one of the biggest money-losing films of all time.
That's like 10 years ago, isn't it?
Yeah, or 10 years ago. Yeah, roughly. And then that's when they turned around and started buying Marvel and Star Wars and all that shit. Yeah.
But the main thing is, the way we can fight against this crap is to not give them more money. Yep. And to tell other people out there, to not give Disney and Hollywood our money.
But what they haven't had this whole year is been the parks open. That's what's killing them.
Yep.
Well, but they're banking on them getting opened back up. But here's the thing: those parks aren't in a good way either. They're making pretty bad changes within the parks as well. I went there about 1.5 years ago, and it was really miserable, way over. And look, I get it. Disney's always been overpriced, and blah 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 blah. But it is the happiest place on earth. That magic, that
turn into the crappiest place on earth.
So miserable, right? Like there used to be, you could forget that it was hot. Now they usher you around. They herd you like sheep in Disney. Now you are an item to be moved around in very specific ways, and it's really uncomfortable. You feel the lack of desire to even interact with you from the employees. They're miserable, and you get miserable as a result. My parents spent so much money. Some of the food was really crappy. There was one time I went into one of the bathrooms. I think it was a Frontierland. I go into the bathroom. There's a bunch of stalls in there. One of them is completely covered in human excrement. Yes. And it was absolutely, and I go in there and I was like, I literally can't use any of their stalls. There was something wrong with every single stall. And so I had to go get an employee and be like, I literally can't use this bathroom. This is disgusting. How did that happen at Walt Disney World? How?
Well, Abigail Disney was even pointing out how there's employees who eat food that's left over from other patrons, from customers and guests, because they're barely making enough money to live.
Oh God,
they
that's
can't buy
terrible.
groceries. It's like, yeah, that's what we live in now.
Well, Mecca, the price of Disneyland tickets. If you go for 2 days, you can get it $117.50. Then if you go for 3 days, it's $103.85, and then for 5 days, $72. Yeah, per day. What the hell? What do they offer? Is there crack that comes with the shit in their park? Because I hear people talk about it like it's the second
just to get in the door. That's not even
that's literally just to get in the door. I'll tell you what I know for a fact that there is, or at least there was for one day for a couple of hours. There was definitely a drunk chick riding around Galaxy's Edge on a scooter. That was me, by the way. You can now get drunk in Disney. And that's a thing, and they offer that. That is absolutely fine. Like, it actually pissed me off to the point where I became the nuisance, right? Like, I wanted them to realize that letting people drink in Disney is not something that ever should have happened. That should never have happened. Your standards are falling. That's not a family park, right? That's
like who got attacked for saying, hey, the Disney parks are too woke, and they called him everything from a racist to a sexist or this and that. I'm like, no, he wants the traditional as what he expected. It's like Coke Classic. It's like you're trying to pass off new Coke with these cheaper cut rate ingredients because it saves you money, but we want the real thing. We want the good stuff with the real sugar and the real saccharin. And you know, if I'm going to Disney, I don't want to treat it like Vegas. I can go to fucking Vegas and have a good time and drink for free if I'm just sitting there gambling, playing the horsies. And I don't have to deal with the throwdown at Toontown, and I don't have to deal with the fights that I
Is
don't
that a
have.
corn dog without the dog?
Dude, that's a corn dog with cheese. I had to share that. That sounds delicious.
Yes, it does. That looks amazing. That looks amazing. A fried corn stick with, you can choose a fried cheese stick instead of a corn dog. Holy hell.
Yeah.
It sounds amazing, but I literally feel my arteries clogging.
Oh,
yeah. It looks like I need a bypass surgery after looking at that.
I kind of want to make one right now.
I think we should just share one.
Mentioning the IP farm of it, too, there's a bit nefarious reason for them buying Lucasfilm and all these other properties, more so than just the obvious. And that is because their other IPs are going to be coming up for public domain pretty soon. So things like Mickey and all these other characters, they're not going to technically own anymore.
Well, good.
Well, Mickey Mouse hasn't been relevant in my lifetime.
No,
so.
No, but it's because of the Mickey Mouse law that they still own him. Because otherwise he would have been public domain a while ago. But that's just another reason why they're buying all these other properties, is so they can continue to do what they do best, and that is exploit properties. But yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things.
Well, let's hear what the audience is. Let's see what's up with the audience. So, as my computer freezes, there we go. Sorry, folks. This is our last episode of the High Council with this laptop. So, Janowich says, critical hit. Thank you for the super chat sticker. I think that might be my favorite one because I love video games. And it looks kind of like a Super NES controller. Cesario Japan. Yeah, dude, Super NES was... Mary, what's your favorite game console ever?
Oh, N64. Ocarina of Time was released on that. And that's
excellent.
Like my childhood.
Choice.
Yeah.
Massive respect. Comics division, same question to you, sir.
Oh, God. Definitely the NES. I mean, that was the console of my childhood / teenage years. So,
Tom.
Tom's not here, man.
I was going to say, Tom, do you play video games? I've never heard you mention them.
No, I don't play video games.
that's memorabilia. I can't tell exactly what's video game related.
Well, there's Pac-Man and Ninja Turtles back there, the arcade.
Oh, okay, now I see. All right.
Yeah, I don't know. My favorite console, though, probably the PS3 impressed me the most.
Oh, were you a Blu-ray whore? I know.
Yeah. Well, that was part of it, but just the leap in gaming between the PS2 and the PS3 was, you know, we finally got to that place, you know, where things looked almost real or real enough, you know, like it was just like, if I'd have showed my kid self what we got with that, I'd just been like, wow, you know.
Yeah, I love my Xbox One, but I mean, I am very nostalgic for pixel art games, and it's kind of the reason why I'm creating one.
But yeah, I mean, otherwise, yeah, the Nintendo or probably the Super NES, Sega, that era is probably the one I'm most nostalgic for.
Mecca, what about you?
Like the one that most impressed me was the Atari Lynx, because it was color before Nintendo. It was, you know, you had licensed, like you had the Elvira pinball on the Lynx. I still have my Lynx, actually. And it has a really good Dracula game. I really am nostalgic for the Lynx. So Atari Lynx.
Actually, I'm going to say it's a toss-up between the NES and the TurboGrafx 16, because that had a lot of really good games. I love Military Madness.
I have a nostalgic memory of the NES. And that was that I played Star Trek and you had to give a flower to some lady, and nobody in my family could figure that out before I did. And I got to like rule that game when I figured that out. That's my moment to shine.
Games were also a lot harder back then.
God, yeah. Well, they were a lot shorter too. I mean,
yeah,
you might play Contra for 20 hours, but in reality, once you got good at it and you knew the fucking, you know, oh, I got to move at this frame and that frame, you could be Contra in, you know, minutes. I think that was just their way of hiding how shitty old games were, but it worked.
You also had your limited graphics and CPU capabilities, and you had, you know, I mean, we've evolved with the times.
Yeah.
What about you,
yeah,
Jesse?
Challenge levels changed with the ease of entry into the, you know, more extreme graphics. Now the game just kind of plays for you.
Yeah, a lot of these are like enhanced tech demos, which really piss me off because I just went through Mega Man X and I was like, oh, this is what a game is like. You know, you got to learn the pattern, what weapon beats in this order, this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
Nowadays, like,
the funny thing about it too is that you still have these games journalists complaining about modern games being too hard. It's like, come on, it's like they really threw a shit fit with Sekiro because of how difficult it was, and it is a difficult game. It's fun as hell, but you know they're like, oh, there needs to be an easy mode. It's like, why? You're not the fucking game developer. It's their choice on how difficult they want to make the game, and whether it's considered to be enjoyable or not is up to the player.
Yeah, I just personally go through a lot of them and go, oh, looks nice. Let me press the button at the right time.
Yeah, quick time events kind of ruined everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, God of War was great and terrible at the same time. Because that was the one where QTEs were like in your face for the first time. I had played other games that had them, but like that one was like, oh, this, that. And then all the big PlayStation exclusives really harped on that one style of gameplay for a little bit, and they all evolved a different way. But I don't know. I don't want to shit on PlayStation. I like it. I think it's a great system. Actually, to answer my own question, either the PS2 or the Xbox 360 were, I think, the best two consoles.
I loved the 360. The 360 was pretty great.
You know, that console gets shit on because, I don't know, but it was a huge hit. It had great games. All the multi-plat ran better on the Xbox because it didn't have that bullshit cell architecture that was on the PlayStation at the time. Like, yeah, the PlayStation eventually caught up in sales, but the Xbox whooped its ass that whole generation.
And
Red Ring and all.
It has a Viva Pinata on it.
Oh yeah, Viva Pinata is great.
I came with that.
I love that game so much.
That game is like so innocently evil. I mean,
it's so evil. It's so mean. You beat the hell out of these things with a shovel.
And then you have other pinatas cannibalize pinatas. It's a real evil game.
It really is. It really is. It's like the whole circle of life thing, but wait, like fuck
Pinatas.
Disney, man. Like it straight up does what Disney won't do. It lets you watch them eat each other. I love it. I love it.
Maybe folks at this Fandom Menace meetup, if there's one of those cool arcades in Vegas when we're out for Star Wars or the Star Trek thing, maybe we can all hang out.
That's
maybe
right. Go 13 was on NES. That was a great game.
Well, they have a Dave and Buster's out there.
I think that'd be a fun
around
place
one
to
now too.
Comics, how well do you know Golgo? Just the game or the character at all?
I'm somewhat familiar with the character. I watched a few of the animes, but I definitely played, obviously the NES game.
I'm a pretty big fan of that character overall. I actually found it independently of realizing that game was that, because that was one of those NES games you would see, and I'm like, what is this? And it looked weird, but I didn't know that it was Japanese art. I didn't know what Golgo 15 was as a little kid. But I gotta say, for somebody that kind of likes anime and manga, I got this really cool book in the mail. It's called Vinland Saga. It's beautiful. I'll talk about it later. But like, this show is, to me, it's like the most accessible type of anime. If anybody was like, I really want to watch anime, but I don't know where to start. Folks, if you watch Golgo 13, he's an assassin. It's really easy to follow, and it's pretty badass the way he is. So.
Oh, it is. The man with the custom M16. That's how he was built.
The best part, and he shows, is he only needs one shot to get his kill. It's like, what? And he's like, I will take this job and I will use one bullet. And you're like, okay, dude, you're not that good. Every episode, he finds a new way to make it fucking awesome. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's really cool. Like, folks, give it a shot. There's like 50 episodes. Buy the box set. Tell me what you think. So, speaking of what people think, Sonny Crockett says, my white Ferrari versus the family Honda Civic muffler. Tribe, no contest. The Vice win every time. Hail, panel. Hail, chat. Salacious Tom, hail.
Hail.
What?
Macy Van Dusen, thank you very much. He says, here's a little support. Keep up the good work, Jeff. Well, Macy, thank you very much from everyone here. And folks, we have over 780 people watching, but we only have 430 likes. We got to get those likes up. Everything will be back in order, and then we can get GMPC back. As soon as we move, there will have no more personal stuff to take care of. And once it's all done, I'll explain all the bullshit I went through.
By the TV series, you mean the series from 2008, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I watched the Professional, which was the '83 movie.
That's a great movie too.
Yeah,
That's
so good.
Dude, I don't like real life violence. I don't want to see people get beat up or hurt. But for some reason, in like anime and manga, I like the crazier, zanier ones that have like these over the top kills. Dude, some of the kills in that movie, that guy that had the knives for fingers, he would slice up those people and they'd become ribbons on screen. That was so visually appealing. Great movie.
Yeah, I also saw Queen Bee, which is a really good one too.
I bought that on DVD as well.
Right.
I think once I got into the character, I was like, I need to own everything. And then luckily for me, it was like 5 things in terms of, like, videos to watch, but the fucking toys are overpriced.
Oh my God, the DVD is going for like $80 on Amazon.
I did not realize I got a deal. I think I got it on Blu-ray for $50.
Yeah, this is the Blu-ray actually. Yeah.
Oh, lucky me.
Yeah, no kidding.
Deranged Lunatic, aka thank you very much for your poo emoji chat sticker. Phil Abudi sends in a 2-parter. He says, Jeff, be careful to Mac. Some devices just don't work. For instance, a Blue Yeti has buffering problems with the T2 in the Mac. It's also a common problem when someone upgrades. They have to upgrade their equipment as well. Plus, the M1 chip is new. So, Phil, what I meant by upgrading was I'm just going to get an iPad to do art. In terms of channel work, we're still sticking Windows. I actually was talking to Mecca about the specs. I bought a PC because I wanted to do channel work at a higher level. And we've reached the point where this is just not enough processing power. So, Phil, I do appreciate that because I'm a tech-savvy guy for the shit I'm into. For the other stuff, I do have to learn about it. So I always appreciate that kind of help. But yeah, for the channel, we're sticking Windows. Why change with what you know? Why screw with what you know? So I'm very happy.
It's pretty easy to use with Windows, yeah.
Computers were never a difficult thing because I was fortunate. Even though I went to like a shittier Catholic school, we still had a computer lab. Like somebody made a donation, so we had the new the iMacs, the blue colored ones, and so we kind of had those when they were new, and we learned a lot. The G3 is what they're called. Yep. We learned a lot on those. So Macs were cool as a kid, and then we just always had Windows at home.
The thing that pisses me off is that they moved away from the Intel chip. It's like I love Macs. What really kind of got me to go over is when they released the Intel Macs or MacBooks, and I haven't looked back. But now they went over to the M1. I'm like, I don't know. Might have to stick with PC now.
I don't know anything about any of that stuff. It's miraculous that I know how to function.
Sorry, Rose. Terrible.
Did that happen for anybody else? Did he glitch out for anybody else?
Yeah, he glitched out.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm honestly just impressed that I even have sorted out how to turn my computer on and make it. I'm really proud of myself for that. So I know this is a Windows computer.
I'm learning computery techie things. I guess I don't know. It's not as scary as I thought, but I'm finding I'm like I want the better one. I want more, bigger screen, more processing power. I want the bigger thing. I'm kind of a size whore when it comes to like electronics.
You should just finish the sentence. Just finish the sentence. I'm just a size whore, and then leave it to the imagination, Mecca.
You gotta tell period. Just put the point.
She was the one sitting here before the fucking show, being like, "I don't know if 17 inches is big enough."
I know. I was like, I only have 15 here. How I feel insecure.
I don't know, but you sure are gonna wreck the socket if it's bigger.
Oh God, the chat is loving that. Billy says, "Oh yeah." I didn't know Billy D was in the chat. Thank you, sir. Hercules. Anyway, oh man, Mecca wants the full tower. So, desktop computing might be cheaper, Mecca, if you want really hard processing power. So.
Yeah. Ideally, like a perfect world, I'd upgrade both. but for right now, it's like I gotta pick one or the other. It's like my desktop's okay, and with all the data, like the Bitcoin mining people out there, they're just eating up all of the high end CPU or graphics cards and stuff.
No, it's not even worth mining Bitcoin anymore. Honestly, you're kind of 10 years too late at this point.
See, I don't want to mine it. I just want to use it for editing.
Yeah,
gaming.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the issue too. Is not only is that it's being bought fast, I guess, because of the Bitcoin mining, but we also have like a chip shortage right now, which is making getting parts for computers to be very difficult and more expensive.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's fun to need everything that's in demand right now, including gasoline. So
I heard something about that.
That's where I was at before I jumped on. I was filling up my wife's car, I was filling up my car, and one of my jerry cans for my Jeep. So I was like,
what is going on? Can someone fill me in on why there's like a
the pipeline
it got hacked, right?
Yeah, it got hacked. I'm trying to remember the name of the pipeline, but so anyway, it got hit with ransomware. And so they basically had to shut down the pipeline. And so the East Coast is basically being hit with some gas shortages. And of course, there's people out there that are panic buying, rightfully so, because there's probably not going to be any gas coming anytime soon.
Oh, shit.
Or anytime soon in the next week or so. So there's been these long lines. And the media's like, oh, everything's fine. Don't pay attention to what's going on over here. There's no lines. We're not reporting. We're not seeing any lines whatsoever. Everything's fine. Don't panic. So meanwhile, yeah, I mean, it's
wow.
It's bad. And on top of that, there is a shortage of gasoline truckers. The people who drive the gas trucks, because a lot of them retired last year or switched to other things because there wasn't as much demand for gas. So there's not enough truck drivers to haul gas, which means that we're going to have a shortage for the summer nationwide. So folks, if you're listening,
that's some shit.
Buy some gas cans, get some gas, and get some stuff to treat it, and make sure that you're taken care of, because we're in for a bumpy ride.
Well, it's a good thing I never leave my house.
Everything.
It's a really good thing I never leave my house. That's where I'm at right now. I literally
I left my cars in Ohio.
Wow.
I don't even have my car out here.
Well, Jeff, go and buy some gas, and then when the shortage comes, you can sell it for $10 a gallon, or $20 a gallon, or $50 a gallon.
Dude.
I got some empty oil containers in here.
I was gonna say, yeah, like Jeff just opens up his overcoat thing, and he's like, "You want to buy some gas?" And it's right next to the watches.
I saw that episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. All right, it will work. The gang solves the gas crisis. Jeff pads his pockets because he bought all the gas in Southern California. I become the Lex Luthor of gasoline. What an asshole! I would so do that too. Nah, no, I wouldn't. I'd feel really guilty. I'd be like, all right, you guys need to work here. You can buy some.
Make sure to stock up on food too, because when there's gas shortages, there's basically everything shortages. So.
Man, we thought we were over everything after this pandemic was, we figured out how to handle that. Nope, now we're out of shit.
those unforeseen consequences are really starting to add up.
Well, the thing I think is interesting is I was walking down the pet aisle at my local grocery store, and I just noticed certain things missing. And you can kind of see this in various other areas of the store, like that the hair product I usually use, they've been sold out, so I had to switch to something else. And you'll find random things that they don't carry anymore because of reasons. They're just not getting restocked, or they're having problems manufacturing it, or I don't know. But there's gonna be shortages, folks. Prepare for the worst.
We haven't seen rubbing alcohol in 2 months at our grocery store. We keep looking for it too. We go down the aisle. We go
down stuff sometimes. Or spray bottle.
They don't have anything in the store. It's weird because they don't even have a special COVID display. It's just yep, we don't have it.
Yeah, it was that here for 9 months. You couldn't get rubbing alcohol or any kind of cleaning products, and now that stuff has come back. And it's funny because it's a lot smaller containers. But rubbing alcohol hasn't been a problem for a while. Neither has toilet paper. But yeah, that stuff will probably go soon again.
I mean, I don't want to have to hole up in my apartment for the next 6 months, so I won't. But if I had to, I could be happy. It'll be different. But the thing is, folks, the art, we did the comic, that's on its way. Oh, here you go, folks. You guys want a comic update because we like to talk about it. So, again, contacted the printer, got all the pages lined up, taking care of a little bit of the legalese on a page, and boom, the book goes to the printer ahead of schedule. So, like I said, folks, the stuff's going to be shipped out over the summer, but I'm that far ahead of everything. And so as soon as I move as well, I'm going to look into ordering the trading cards and then fulfill the orders of the people who just ordered cards independently so we can start to get some stuff moving out and get the excitement high. And by the way, folks, if you want to get the book, the trading cards, those are the only things available on the Indiegogo, and the link is in the chat. So now, a dude named Anthony has an important question about gas shortages. What about internet gas, guys?
Oh, we'll never run out of that.
Comics, I keep thinking about what I want to do next in terms of comics and stuff. And I go, man, I want to write about this crazy dystopian sci-fi future. And then I realized I should just write about living in 2021. And I put like a little sci-fi twist on it, like laser swords and hoverboards and shit. And I got a modern classic.
Well, that's the funny thing. Is like we're pretty much living in a sci-fi dystopian future currently.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, like seriously, just give everybody like some antlers or shit, and you're good.
Well, Elon Musk has like that fucking neuro chip he's working on, so we're getting the cyber, aspect of the cyberpunk. So, I give it like another 5-10 years, and we're going full blown cyberpunk.
What happens when they hack that shit? I'm serious. Why the hell would anybody get a chip put into themselves? We can't keep our fucking gas lines from getting hacked.
I mean, there's a lot of reasons, honestly, because like if you're a paraplegic or quadriplegic, you could have something like that installed and actually that could rewire your nervous system using these chips.
I'm talking about your everyday average kind of person, though.
Oh, man, I would love to be a netrunner. Come on.
Now, hold on. Wait, comics, take that back a step. Elon Musk has a chip that can bypass the shit, hopefully, in people that are paralyzed, and they can.
Well, that's like one of the things that you can do with these kinds of biochips right now. I mean, we're not at that level yet. It's just like you can implant a chip and you can basically control your computer with it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's stuff like that. But ultimately, that's kind of like one of the added benefits is that if somebody is paralyzed, they could repair their nervous system by installing these chips and basically have them communicate. So obviously, the brain signals for, hey, I want to walk, would transmit to this other chip, which would allow it to happen. So it basically would bypass the spine.
See, I want to live in a world where anyone that gets injured or a soldier that gets harmed in battle, they can basically bring them back, repair them some way, and people can have a normal life again, live,
Sure.
this kind of stuff. I think that's the future. I don't have any power over this, but if I had, a say, I'd be like, that's what we should focus on. Let people get back to, oh, you have this terrible thing happen to you. You served the country. Like, oh, you shouldn't have to live without that.
The only way we're going to get true, fully functional, working prosthetic limbs is by some sort of biochip like this.
But that's not what people are going to do. Like, yeah, it'll be what we do with it. But for the most part, people are just going to install like fiber optic hair and change their color on a whim. That's what's going to happen.
Welcome to cyberpunk. That's all part of it.
Okay. Ethical question for everyone on the panel and the chat. Let's say in 10 years, they prove that cyber implants are safe. Would you get them? And if so, what would you get? I'll answer right away. I don't believe in it. Unless it was to replace something that was damaged in an accident.
Bigger dick.
Bigger dick. Okay, Tom goes for the bigger dick.
Is that really a result of cyber?
No, I don't care.
I'll be honest with you. I mean, it depends on where they go with it. If we have if they develop sleeving technology and you could re-sleeve yourself into a new body, that would be fucking phenomenal.
Sleeving sounds like getting a bigger dick.
I thought it was foreskin related myself, but
regardless, I'm not
gonna lie. I thought it was like
I'm all for this.
Penis hackers. But no, like if you could actually have it to where you could put your consciousness in another body, I mean that'd be great. I mean, you wouldn't have to worry about growing old or anything like that. I mean that could be the quote unquote potential benefits of it. But
okay, so here's my problem.
At the end of the day, what's going to be used is for porn. Let's be honest.
Right?
It's so you could beam porn into your brain.
Well, awesome.
I'll go. I say no, and here's why. I think there's something lost when you remove that sort of human struggle with your body, and I think removing that, taking that away from people, makes them inherently less human.
What if you could be put into another body that's exactly like yours, that's still organic? Yes, Ghost in the Shell. I love that. Or
series. Picard.
What?
We don't talk about Picard around these parts here, Tom.
Pickard.
Another body that's like my own, that's just not dead. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, or a younger version of it.
So,
did you grow it?
One of the reasons that life has meaning is because it ends.
life finds a way to end.
I'm just saying it's I'm not saying that it's not appealing in its own way, but at some point you gotta just be like, you know what, I'm comfortable with what it is that was laid out before me, and I did my best with it, and maybe that's more important than.
It's not the death thing that bothers me; it's the old and decrepit thing that does.
Yeah, that thing.
So I have a question for you then. Would you okay, how long would you wait to jump bodies? Would you basically make it to where you never understand the feebleness of old age? Is that further 40 in this perpetual 20? Then you get a new
you're
body.
You're so robotic right now.
Whatever you just said, I'll take 2 of them.
Okay. Can you hear me yet?
I'm stuck with 2 of them.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Can you hear me yet? Am I back?
We can hear you. You're back.
We can hear you now.
Okay, now here's what I'll re-ask you the question. It was an ethical question of how would you do it? Would you put yourself in a new body as a feeble old man, or would you never even understand what it would be like to be an old person, and you basically put yourself at 40 years old or 50, and then as a 20-year-old, you just jump a new body every 30 years? How would you handle it?
I don't know. I think there'd be a point in time where I'm like, oh, this body sucks. Let's swap it out. But the other thing too is, I wouldn't say think of the added benefits, but think of it, the people who basically feel like they're born in the wrong body. You could literally have them. If you think you're a woman, you could literally have your body swapped out for a female one without going through any kind of weird surgeries. I mean, and again, this is all theoretical, folks. I mean, sleeving technology is probably never going to exist.
Sleeving sounds so nasty.
Well, but that's what they call it in Altered Carbon, and it's basically kind of the cyberpunk term for it.
I don't know. I think that there's something to that soul aspect of it. How do you move that?
Mary, I'm with you. I don't like, if I was a sick person, I was dying, not, mentally like, oh, I'm evil. But no, if I was a dying person and I was given the opportunity to jump a body, I think then I would take it, depending on the severity of the disease, like a Bill Hicks situation. Like if Bill Hicks could have jumped into another Bill Hicks body, I'm sure he would have. Mm-hmm. Why would you want to go at the
I mean, there's plenty of people that have been born with really terrible, debilitating diseases, but their mind is fine. And it's like, if I was born where my brain is functional, but my body's not, it's like, fucking put me into something else.
Sure. And I don't begrudge that to people who could genuinely use that sort of alteration and in a way to actually have something resembling a normal, decent life. Absolutely. But that's not what would go down. Everybody would just do, we're already walking examples of how we take things that were meant to genuinely help humanity and turn it into some soul crushing shit, right? Like your phones were meant to be your aids, and instead we're all wandering around with our faces buried in them all the time. And I'm that person.
There's a really good.
It's not my fault they put porn in there.
There's a really good book called Noir, which kind of deals with some of the stuff, because you get into the whole thing with companies basically owning their employees, and upon death, they basically will stick your consciousness into a loader or something like that. And it typically it depends on if you do something bad and you, I guess, violate company policy. Upon death, they could sleeve you into a loader machine, and that's what you are for the rest of eternity.
Holy hell.
I mean, there's definitely things where it could be very terrible, but at the same time, there could be some wonderful things out of it too. It's just like with anything; it depends on how it's done.
If somebody wants to be a dick and just erase you,
but let's be real, it depends on how it's done. The worst case scenarios.
Well, currently, because we're a bunch of orangutans full of snakes.
We're a bunch of fallible human beings who somehow have not gotten it through our heads yet how to do the things that are in our best interest, as opposed to, you know what I mean? Like the minute that food became prevalent in our society, we all got fucking fat. Then The minute, you know what I mean? Like the minute that something becomes readily available, you're going to put it to its worst possible use, not to help yourself, but to literally kill yourself with it. Like you'll take something that was meant to make life more full and easier and turn it into your undoing. And that's just what people do.
Well, that's kind of the issue with all these kind of dystopian or excuse me, utopian kind of ideals, right? Is it ends up being a dystopia. I mean, look what's going on with the Great Reset, where they want you to own anything. You'll rent everything. You'll have no privacy, and you'll never be happier. And it's just like that doesn't sound like happiness to me. It sounds absolutely terrible. But they sell it like it's some sort of utopian, wonderful thing, and it's like it's not.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna enjoy watching me jerk off. Just saying.
No.
Wow.
You can stop sending me the videos, Tom. I don't want to watch them.
You said you liked the competition.
You tricked me once, and then you had the opening to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles video. And I was like, all right, cool. I haven't seen this movie in a minute. And then it's you. And I said, no. And then Jessie knows. She opens all the emails for me now.
Let's be honest.
I don't even
the
trust
majority of the dick pics that Mary got were from Tom.
Yeah.
Look, I consented to the one comic.
That's the best part.
I consented to the one's comics sent because he clarified that they were actually pictures of a guy named Dick Grayson. And Tom took that as full tilt, let's go. And the next thing I know, I got an inbox full of black penises. I didn't.
Well,
even
you didn't
know
say
that
you wanted
was...
my dick pic. You just said you wanted dick. I'm like, wow, fuck,
Yeah,
Google does wonders. Yeah.
Hey, speaking of giving people what they want,
sleeving in the
I'm fucking leaving. Nope. I'm doing this shit. I'm fucking up. Nope.
Thank you, Toxic Masculinity. That was for you. I knew it would send a chill down Mary's spine.
I want my mommy.
Me too.
Beat me to it. That's what I was trying to think of something.
It's my mommy, not your mommy.
Got your mommy right here.
All right, I'm done. I can't.
Oh. So, how did we get on that really deep philosophical discussion?
I
think it started with video games.
It always happens. It always.
It was the biochip from
Okay,
Elon Musk.
Oh yeah,
that was a really great. Somebody should just clip that and put that out there. It's like, oh, the High Council get into the ethics of and the ethics and spirituality of sleeving, penis enlarging,
and penis
emojis.
Don't forget the penis enlarging part. Yeah,
the Swedish-made penis enlarging.
Very important.
It started with a gas shortage. You are correct.
The internet gas. That's what got us here.
Why does that sound like a movie, like an opening of a trailer? It started with a gas shortage and it ended with penis enlarging.
It was the High Council.
Sounds like a Cards Against Humanity.
It does sound like a Cards Against Humanity play gone wrong. We should play that on air.
You can actually. It's called Decks Against Society.
Oh, we should do that one week. We should get really toasty and do it.
Oh my god, that would be a blast. I'm so down.
I tend to get really relaxed towards the end of these shows.
I have a Fandom Menace deck for it.
Oh.
I do.
What? You got a Fandom Menace deck?
For Cards Against Humanity, yeah. Yeah,
it must be a strap on.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you like to know? Nope.
Maybe.
It hurts.
I keep it right next to my photos of Dick Grayson.
She calls it Chris Hemsworth. You gonna ask me why?
No.
Ask me why.
No.
Why, Tom?
Why does she call it Chris Hemsworth? Because it's gonna make you Thor.
No, I don't want this.
Oh my god, I knew that joke was. I'm just giving you shit, dude.
Yeah, baby.
That was fantastically terrible.
Yeah. It was. I love my bad jokes.
I want to go back to the Buffalo Bill shit now.
Guess what, motherfucker?
There you go.
That was perfect.
Guess what, motherfucker?
Joe Exotic is the perfect palate cleanser for any subject. We can get on the ickiest shit. We can make Mary really uncomfortable.
My goodness.
And you know what? He'll make it better. Case in point.
Guess what, motherfucker?
You know what? One of these days, Jeff, your microphone is going to fill up with saliva and it's not going to function anymore.
Wrong!
Oh, I gotta steal that clip. That's great.
Oh, that is the best thing to come from that movie.
Yeah.
Because it's interesting what Bryan Singer was trying to do with Superman Returns, this homage to Donner, continuing the universe. But again, what is with this trope of making all the iconic superheroes or heroes in general these deadbeat dads? Like when they come back, it's like, oh, I got to recapture this and that. Like there was this weird window. I think
Hollywood hates men.
Hey, that was Lois's fault for not telling him. I stand by that.
Okay, here's my question though. Depending on how far along she was in the pregnancy, I could buy that because at the end of The Dark Knight Returns, Batman had faked his death. It was awesome.
I mean, she kind of insinuates that she knew and she just never told him.
But my point is, Clark should have been able to hear the baby's heartbeat. He has no excuse. He's Superman. He can hear every fucking thing. We saw how dumb Man of Steel handles it. It was like, it's too much to handle. If he can't sense another heartbeat and piece
wasn't that
together,
how he kept an eye on Lois at all times? Was that he could always sense her heartbeat?
Well, and I could go ahead.
Well, but that was how he kept. That was essentially how he always kept Lois from getting her ass murdered, right?
It's been a while since I've watched the movie, but I think it almost implies like she lied to him even and like almost told him that it wasn't his kid. And that's part of the reason why he took off.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I only saw the movie once. It was a long time ago, and it was just really boring.
I can't remember.
This movie sounds terrible. My God, I'm glad I never saw it.
It's like 1/3 of a good movie, and then you get the rest of this crap. Yeah,
I was honestly really bored. I was really bored.
Mary, that's the best way to describe it. I took my mom to see that movie. Okay, so full transparency. I went and saw this movie on day one because they were showing the Spider-Man 3 trailer. And haha, joke's on me, I got honey-dicked. But long story short, I went and saw Superman Returns on opening night. That movie was so boring. This was the first... Now, hold on. I am not a CGI hound, but this was the first Superman film with CGI. We could have Superman do literally anything on screen. What do they make him do? He stops an airplane and lifts up a mountain of kryptonite. He doesn't fight shit. He stops a car. He has a conversation. The coolest shot was when that bullet bounced off his eyeball. I mean, Man of Steel is probably a lesser film in my opinion. I got to go back and watch them back to back. But at least Henry Cavill had cool shit to do as Superman. You may not be able to tell what was going on that screen, but it looked cool. Like, man, that's awesome. Superman's really beating the shit out of that IHOP. Like, Superman Returns, nothing cool happened. Cal Penn kicked him when he was down. That was the highlight of that film.
Yeah, I don't fucking remember. I just remember being really bored and probably overeating because of that.
Well, it's really a victim of them thinking they were going to get 2 and 3. That's probably most of the problem. I know that's a lame fucking excuse.
Well, that's kind of the problem with modern movies in general, right?
Yeah.
They're banking on the cinematic universe or sequels or whatever rather than just making a good film.
Because, it spent too much time reestablishing the world.
Don't get me started on the Snyder shit.
We'll talk about him in a few minutes, Mary. Don't worry.
Snyder's a totally different. Yeah, that's a. Don't even
No,
get.
I don't feel like we've had a good Superman movie since.
No, it's been a while.
Not since Christopher Reeve. Like
Superman 3. Yeah.
Like I just.
Hey Tom, join me on this island for a minute. And you might already be on this island. Mary,
don't go, Tom. Don't go, Tom. He's gonna pull out the voice. He's gonna.
No.
All right, I figured out how to counteract it. Beavis and Butthead works every time.
Well, look, there's no Buffalo Jeff on this island. We're talking about Superman 3.
Oh, okay, I'll go.
There was
a chicks on it.
There might be. What's her name?
But no, shut up, Beavis.
I don't think Superman 3 is a bad movie at all.
I don't either. And I defend it.
It's if you watch it for what it is. A weird Richard Pryor comedy.
It's a very good comic book movie, actually.
It's bizarre. It's like there's an episode of I Love Lucy that's essentially, how she tried to get Superman for Ricky Jr.'s birthday and all that shit. Mm-hmm. Like, it's just this weird, outlandish movie, which doesn't really suck. Like, the action's solid. That scene where he freezes the fucking lake and then drops it over the chemical fire, that was neat. The part where he fights himself in the scrapyard, that whole internal struggle, drunk Superman.
Yeah, it's a cool take on Bizarro, kind of.
Yeah, it was I get it. It's not as epic and majestic as that first Donner Superman, and it doesn't have as memorable moments as number 2. But I think 3, while being lesser, still is a solid movie. And I will say that is the last good Superman movie that's ever been made.
I mean, I agree. I mean, Superman Returns is probably a arguably better film than Man of Steel, but the last great, and I agree. And I will argue with most people that one's the more comic book of all the films too. Like, granted, like you just said, the first 2 films are more epic. They have comic book elements to them, but part 3, standing on its own by itself, feels the most like you picked up a Superman comic book and just started reading it, and just it just happens to be guest starring Richard Pryor. Because guess what? That was not abnormal to comics. They used to have real actors and shit like that make guest appearance in comic books all the fucking time.
That is very true. And Richard Pryor is a national treasure.
That's what I'm saying. So he fit right into that role, and he got this because he went and spoiled the entire movie on Johnny Carson, and because he loved the first film so much. So they're like, oh, we got to figure out a way to get this guy in the next one. And since they already had been kind of making part 2, it fell upon part 3.
This
but I mean,
feel just a little batshit crazy to you guys.
Fuck you. No, Superman 3 is awesome. That ending is kick ass.
Yeah, with the robot lady?
Exactly.
It's been years. I just remember thinking it was fucking weird.
Richard Pryor makes a machine that figures out your weakness. How much more comic book can you get than that?
Now, Tom, there are a lot of times where you and I will disagree with shit, and there will be a lot of times where we agree. I want to throw one more point in our favor. This is not the only time that Don Rickles appears in random DC comic books. Don Rickles. This is the 70s. He's an old man. This is meant to appeal to children. So, I get it. Superman 3 is not as good as Superman 1 or 2. I will never argue that. No. But damn it, DC has done goofy ass shit historically. And so, for the time where they were, Superman 3 makes a lot of sense, and it's surprisingly good for what it is. You could probably write a good thesis on why it's the best Superman movie if you wanted to go there.
Not only that, Richard Pryor is probably arguably one of the first modern superhero villains because of the little worm that he comes up with. They even steal that idea for Office Space.
Oh, yeah. The fractions of pennies.
I've never seen Office Space.
Oh, Office Space is hilarious.
Oh, it's great.
We got to watch that.
What would you do if you had $1 million? I don't know, man. 2 chicks at the same time.
I wouldn't do shit. Well, shit. My cousin's broke as hell. Doesn't do shit now. No, I would really do.
Hey, man, turn it on channel 12.
Don't that chick look like Ann? Oh, shit, man. I thought you'd want to see something like that. Fucking love that movie.
What the hell was that? Oh, don't worry about him. He's fine.
Lemire, not going to work here anymore.
You want to come over and watch TV? Oh, hell no. I don't want you fucking up my life too, man.
Is that Diedrich Bader's best movie?
Probably. Probably his best role.
Yeah,
for sure.
That or Batman.
I do like him. I do like him in the Beverly Hillbillies, though.
Same.
Like, he is hilarious as Jethro because he gets it. Like, I mean, of course, that movie overall gets is better. Talking about movies that are probably better than they deserve to be credited, like Superman 3. But yeah, like, I love his whole bit about, I think I finally figured this out. You throw this here ball down this gully, and then you throw yourself down this way and try and knock over as many pins as you can before the ball gets there.
I remember that. That was a genuinely hilarious movie.
That is a Jethro moment. If I ever saw it.
I remember that. I remember my dad loving it. Really, I never really watched Beverly Hillbillies. I just, my dad.
How much better can you get than Jim Varney taking over?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and of course, who else was going to play Granny? I mean, it was perfectly cast. I mean, down to Dabney Coleman. I mean, come on. It was like directed by a woman.
Yep. Penelope Spheris. Dude, I'll say the Beverly Hillbillies movie is one of those low-key guilty pleasures that I never talk about, but I've seen
Tomlin as well, yeah.
Dude, it's a great movie, like, across the board. Even Rob Schneider and Leah Thompson bring it. Like, nobody sucks in that movie. But I don't talk about it because the audience wouldn't give a shit, but I low-key like that movie quite a bit.
Oh, it's a great flick.
Star Wars movies.
It's probably the best of those 90s. We're going to make a movie out of a TV show movie.
I hated those, but... I avoided them like the plague because a lot of the stuff they were remaking I watched as a kid. And I was like, no, I don't want to see it. The only
exception I could see being the Addams Family, but that's not because the thing with the Addams Family is they didn't just remake the TV show. They went back to the original concept. Because like even Pubert is one of the original characters that never made his way into the television show.
They blew it out of the water with Addams Family Values. That movie was awesome.
That fucking movie's awesome. Especially Wednesday's shit.
Every Thanksgiving, I think of that stupid song, Eat Me. It's Thanksgiving Day.
Eat Me. I remember that. Freaking, what's her face?
Cusack. Joan Cusack. Yeah.
Joan Cusack.
Freaking perfect. She was hilarious. She was absolutely hilarious.
You know
Malibu.
You know what's funny?
That's Values, right? Am I remembering that correctly?
Which one?
That's Addams Family Values, right? Malibu, Barbie. I'm remembering that correctly. She was freaking hilarious.
You know what's funny about that? In the original film, Christopher Lloyd wasn't going to wind up being Fester.
Really?
Yeah.
It is surprising how well he
did a great job, I thought.
No, the original plot was he was supposed to be an imposter the whole time, and the real Fester was dead. Yeah.
Oh, really?
But the test audience didn't like that, so at they went back and reshot the ending to where he gets struck by lightning and remembers that he was Fester, and that's why it seems kind of tacked on.
That movie is that they actually did it as a successor to the TV show, because at the end of the original Addams Family, Fester leaves.
Well, yeah, like I said, they kind of pulled in other stuff from other elements. It wasn't just like, oh, we're going to do the TV show all over again.
Yeah.
Comments. I didn't know that's how the show ended. I've only seen about the same 10. So as a kid, I had these Addams Family videotapes. It was the best of from some weird video production company, but it had like five episodes on each tape. So I've only seen like 10, maybe 15 episodes of the Addams Family in total. I don't know how that show goes outside of those episodes.
You can actually
it's been a long time since I watched them, but yeah, I mean, that's basically how it ends.
But there was also the animated series and stuff and other things. And the Brady Bunch I enjoyed, but the Brady Bunch, I don't know, can you consider that like that's more of a parody of the
yeah, I was gonna say I'd always understood that to be a parody.
Because that second film just goes completely off the rails in a glorious way.
I want to
They even got the two adult kids sleeping with each other. And then, they set up the whole thing that Mrs. Brady's husband's pretending to be the professor from Gilligan's Island.
Oh, yeah.
And Pubert, they couldn't get his name through on the old TV show.
So, we're going to talk about something interesting, body image, in a minute, folks. The J. Scott Campbell stuff has been catching my attention quite extensively. Jesse and I had a long discussion about that because I was like, yo, check this out. So it was one of those things that caught me off guard. But let's catch up with you guys in the chat. So, NG1T, thank you very much for your super chat sticker. We will keep up the work. We appreciate the support. SH Rebels 08 says, Buffalo Jeff, Brie Larson, and Cecil walk into a bar.
Hello.
Well, wait, Buffalo Jeff, Brie Larson, and Cecil?
I didn't walk in.
I feel like Cecil and Buffalo Jeff are probably coming out alive.
I need to correct that joke. I'm not walking in. I've been here the whole time.
Yes, you have. But
no.
This bar isn't for you. Get out.
No, never.
Who brought that creepy thing in here? Nobody likes Brie Larson.
I think he might be my date.
No, I'm talking about you, honey.
I'm gonna drop your taco on the floor.
I haven't had my taco dropped in months.
I'm pretty sure I'm a gold star. No one's touched my taco.
What the hell is going on?
I need a new taco. I don't want the one that's been touched.
Well, hey, perfect transition, Mary. I'm glad you're here. Speaking of tacos, Latino Slant sends a super chat that says, Jeff, tacos on me. That's a great panel.
Holy.
Thank you, Latino Slant, for the support. Jesse, we should get tacos now.
And tacos are great, so thank you for the taco money.
I demand a new taco now.
I can speak Spanish, like taco, spaghetti.
I hope that new show is not terrible. I want it to be good because the revival didn't suck.
Spaghetti isn't Italian, you idiot. It's Chinese.
So London Fog 66 says,
Reimagine tonight.
What? No way, it's tacos.
You know what? I'm getting a hoodie and it's stuffed bear. I'm not doing this.
Yeah, but it's got noodles, so it's like
we've officially creeped out Mary.
Mary, I got a question for you. Do you?
No, I'm getting a stuffed bear.
How do you feel about horses? Are you afraid of them? We'll find out when she gets
Is this
back.
going to lead us to a goodbye horses joke?
No, I don't have anything queued up for that. I was going to say, if you're not afraid of horses, you're a step ahead of Dion.
Davis rode a horse once, and it kicked him in the nuts.
And I'm gonna hold it tight.
Yeah, I can't have kids.
And I'm gonna.
Mary, I'm
Mary's
going to make
officially been traumatized.
I'm gonna self-soothe until this is over.
I'm having a Buffalo Jeff button made now.
No.
Here's Mary's face. I'm sorry,
Mary's
Mary.
getting a teddy bear and a bottle of whiskey. She's going to make it all go away.
I'll be right here if you need me.
All right, so J. Scott Campbell apologizes for what now?
No, hold on. We still had a couple more super chats. First off,
right.
Adam Wofford says, I think Comics is trying to say that it will be a waste of time and money. The only movie I'm watching now from Hollywood is Dune. What do you think about Dune, guys? Do you think that's going to bring the box office back to its back in the black?
No, I don't think it will.
It might surprise some people.
I think that's a very specific movie for a very specific group of sci-fi people. I don't think it's going to be as popular as it could potentially could be. I don't know.
I'm not a Dune girl. That's not my shtick.
I would normally agree with you, and up until the first trailer dropped, I totally would have said the same thing you just did. But that trailer had like more views in the first couple of weeks or week or whatever than the Batman trailer did in a whole month. I think there's a lot of people that are interested in this, not just because of it being whatever franchise, but it's got a hell of a cast.
I hope you're right, man. I want the movie to be successful, and I want it to be good too.
And I've noticed there's this very there's an interest in it. Again, and it doesn't have something attached to it like a lot of things like Star Wars and other things do, to where you have to know the entire lore to get into it, because it's like you just said, it's such a niche fan base that it's not like Star Trek and Star Wars and all these other things that have like this entry level where you have to know.
I think it's going to be off-putting because it's so pretentious, though. I think a lot of people are going to not care. They'll want to care because Zendaya's in it, and the cast. But then they're going to just show up or hear the reviews. I think a lot of people aren't going to go opening day because it like Comics Division says, it's kind of it's a niche of a niche. It's like Star Trek or something. How many people really give a crap about Dune?
Well,
a lot of people looking.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I know of like one or two people in the community who talk about it regularly. I don't actually know anything about it too much, but going just off of like the chat here's response alone, most of them seem rather indifferent or downright oppositional to it. And so that's really the only thing I have to go off of is like, is there interest? Because of what I'm looking at, and again, I acknowledge that it's a relatively small pool, but at the same time, it's like, no, everybody seems to be like, fuck this shit.
Well, I think it's important to take into account, Mary, the original Dune's performance as well. This isn't the highly anticipated first adaptation of Dune. This is the second big film, and wasn't there a TV show or something?
It still has more views on the trailer than the Batman, I might point out. And
that's not difficult, in my opinion.
Well, it's fucking Batman, though.
Yeah, but nobody cares about that movie.
Yeah,
you think so? Go out on Twitter and say the fucking Batman sucks and Pattinson's gonna suck, and watch how fast your Twitter fills up with fucking.
Those Pattinson fans.
Yeah, fucking stands. Nah, they don't count.
I mean, I got a little bit of shit with my trailer reaction to the Batman.
I was gonna say every one of us did. Comics. Every one of us who didn't like fucking fawn over it got shit all over that.
Cool, bring it on.
I only got like 3 people. Most of my viewers are like, yeah, who cares anymore?
Well,
I just got to remind you guys that there's more than just the people we know.
Oh yeah, I kind of go and judge by like what do the comments say, and if it's something where You know, like I got a pretty decent. Sometimes I'm way off on some of these. So, you know, I could be wrong. But you know, it just really seems like the Batman and Dune are going to be like, who cares anymore? I think a lot of people after the coof, after all this stuff, do we really want to spend money on a mediocre movie? Where, you know, we're still gonna have to sit there with a mask, we're still gonna have to sit there and be judged or whatever for going out. We're, you know, it's just not worth it. Who cares? I can stay home, I can watch it on the streaming thing, I can.
Well, and like
I will actually go, and typically when I've gone, there hasn't been anyone in the theater, so and most people, let's be honest, they pull the mask down.
Yeah.
No. I think if at this point, at least in regards to the Batman stuff, everybody's just sort of over it, right? Like, pick a lane. There are so many different versions out there that it's exhausting to try to keep up with at this point. Like, just pick a fucking lane. And again, I can't say for sure on the Dune aspect, but I haven't seen any buzz. I'm not aware of buzz, and I'd like to think that I'm pretty in tune with what's going on in the community. I certainly try to make a point to be, and I haven't really heard anything about it.
Well, I have, you know, the thing I keep coming back to, besides, I'm with you though, Bear, like, I don't hear a lot of that hype. I understand with last year and the stuff and the coronavirus, you know, slowing down the merchandise and all that shit too. We saw Dune stuff kind of sit, everything's broken and different. But overall, I just want to say, like, I have been disappointed in every big release from Warner Brothers. Like, all their big HBO Max ones that are the big theatrical releases and shit. That's why I've kind of changed my stance on Dune a little bit. Like, my ultimate stance is, if you're excited, live and let live. I'm not a Dune expert. I'm not into the Dune lore. If you want my opinion on the old Dune movie, I'd love to talk about it. Or the comic book, which I've read from Marvel, which is just...
I actually like the sci-fi series. That was actually pretty decent.
But the thing is, I want this to be a success for the people that care. I want sci-fi to be a popular genre. Like, when I say I don't think something's going to be a hit, doesn't mean I don't want it to be a hit. It's, you know, it's just my take on stuff.
Yeah.
And so I'm with kind of the earlier assessment. I just think Dune blew its load in 1984. It didn't catch on, and it has this... It's Dune. It's kind of like stuffy, boring sci-fi. It doesn't have the... You know, when you think... Like, I hate to say it like this, but Star Trek is about as dry as you can make science fiction and it still be palatable these days. I'm talking, really, it's not even these days. It's like since the 80s. You can't go too dry. If you go beyond that, you get into too niche. But when you have a couple $100 million movie on the line, you're going to take it... Put it like this, you're going to take the liberties to make the obscure franchise seem more palatable to a larger audience. Therefore, you'll probably turn off some core people in the process, making a film that's expensive and appeals to very few people at the end of the day.
Well, you have a few things going. The original Dune didn't do horribly at the box office. He sure didn't make its money back because it cost so goddamn much. But it also was a movie that was chopped down horrendously by the fucking studio. And it never got to really shine the way it was supposed to. And it is one of those franchises that, like Lord of the Rings, I think will surprise people. And early reactions to early screenings had it on par with Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I hope so, man. I do want this movie to be a success.
And that's what I'm thinking is, like, you have a lot of people who know what Dune is, and they know it well enough that they're like, yeah, I'm going to give that a shot. And it may not be in every, like, buddy's domain at all, but you also got to remember that this is the first time the story's actually been allowed to be told in its entirety, because they're only doing half the first book in this movie, and there's a reason why they're doing it the way they're doing it. So I'll be interested to see how it works out, because if the box office doesn't work out for this movie, then chances are the sequel's not going to be the sequel they initially planned. So it's going to be one of those things that's kind of a litmus test. But I feel like I think the audience is at like a point where they're at a tipping point where they're due for something new. And I think Godzilla vs. Kong, whether you liked it or not, kind of showed that. It was like the audience wants fun, exciting, different things.
It's so weird, though, that you say that they're due for something new while we're sitting here discussing a remake or a sequel.
Yeah, it is, but we've never had something like that before, in a sense of, like...
I'm with you, Mary.
I get what you're saying, though, and you're not wrong.
Mary's not wrong.
You're not, but it is at the same time something like that is an event movie we haven't had since 1963. It has not happened in our lifetime, right? Like, and then the same thing like Star Wars. When's the last time you could compare something like Star Wars? Maybe Lord of the Rings, Avengers.
But at this point, doesn't it just feel played out on all fronts? Like I'm not saying that it couldn't be done at some point in some way, but at this point, with literally everything feeling like it's in that vein, what makes this special? What makes this any more special than any other thing that's being revamped, or revived, or plastered?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm thinking? This Dune's best case scenario, I think, will be Watchmen. Some metrics consider Watchmen a failure. Others consider Watchmen a huge achievement for the genre. So I think that's what it could shoot for at its very best.
I think you're underselling it in that sense, because Watchmen is even more niche of a niche.
Really?
Yeah, I would partially agree with Tom, but
because see, I think like you guys are underselling the idea. Where see, Dune.
I think Watchmen may have had a more niche audience to start with, but I think it has more widespread appeal than Dune. So I think like your audience,
especially in
one thing, but you can package Watchmen for a larger audience, whereas I don't think you can do that with Dune.
And we have to also too take a look at every sci-fi movie that's come out that's not a branded one, not Star Wars or Star Trek. Like we had a good amount of science fiction failures over the last decade, right? Valerian was a flop, even though that's adapted from a comic book. There was Jupiter Ascending. That's another adaptation that failed. But science fiction, what non-branded science fiction has been big at the box office? Not on TV, because I know there's been tons of hits.
Valerian was branded, though.
That's what I said. It's based on the comic book. But even that, actually just your non-Star Wars movies, and even Star Wars isn't bringing it like it used to.
Well, see, and that's where Dune has the advantage here, is it has a built-in sci-fi fan base. Like it's well known in both the literature and sci-fi community. It has that majestic kind of appeal to it, like Lord of the Rings. It's basically like Star Wars meets Lord of the Rings in its epic scope. So you have all those things going for it. It's toyetic. It hits all the points, and that's why they wanted to make Dune back in '84. It was just the studio was like, nope, it's got to be 2 hours, So that was really the problem with the movie. Because if you see any of the fan cuts that are better, that are extended cuts, they're much better, and it makes more sense anyway. But
now, I mean, Dune is a tough movie to adapt simply because that book is so huge.
It is very,
and it makes sense why they're cutting it up, but. My concern is the fact that it'll get released, it'll do poorly, and you'll never see the full book. You'll only see like the first half, and that's it.
Because what do you think the impact of the streaming on day one model? What do you think that's going to do to hurt Dune? Do you think because I know it's not untested, but because it's obscure sci-fi by today's standards,
it's going to get tanked. I'm sorry, but that's such a bad idea. It's such a bad idea for your business model to put that stuff on streaming. That's this isn't how you bring theaters back.
Well, everybody's been saying that, but Godzilla and Mortal Kombat and Demon Slayer and all these other things have been doing just fine.
Okay, but hold on. Godzilla, that's like a spectacle you have to go see on.
Well, as I just said before, but to go back to the point, it was something we haven't had in a while.
But Tom, the point you meant to make last week was Mortal Kombat was a very cheap movie. Dune is $165 million.
Dune is a different animal, and that's where I said if this movie does not perform, we're not going to get the sequel that they're planning on for sure.
I hate to be. I was going to guess. My future guess is this movie's not going. There's never going to be another Dune movie after this one.
It depends on how it performs, but you could be right. I don't know.
I don't think it'll perform well. I think. If we're in the fan base and we're excited by stuff like that, it's like Ghost in the Shell. To some people, that was going to be a big deal movie.
Yeah, but you know what? 2 weeks ago, I'll tell you what. 2 weeks ago, I had no fucking clue what Demon Slayer was.
I still don't.
I was going to say, I have no idea what you're talking about.
You know what?
The manga is fantastic.
Demon Slayer is one of the highest grossing movies out there right now.
Right now, though.
Yes, because weebs. Yeah.
Well, regardless, it's anime. And it doesn't, my point is, though, I never heard of it before, but that doesn't mean that when Dune hits, a lot of the normies aren't going to come out just because, if the sci-fi fans say it's good, if they say it's shit, then yeah.
The problem is the media. People are going to, because Dune will be in the news, everybody's going to write articles about Dune 1984 and this and that, and people are going to probably look into it and find out what Dune is before what Dune actually is. I think because it's you're adapting source material, it's a little different. Like when the Harry Potter movies were coming out, those books were fairly new, so it was like, oh, it's this big experience, and they were coming out in tandem at times. Like this is a 60-year-old book, nearly a 60-year-old book, and it's a weird time. I think sci-fi's out personally. I think if this was a fantasy movie, like if they were adapting another fantasy novel, something as epic as Lord of the Rings, I think the climate is perfect. Game of Thrones shit the bed, but they still want to make fantasy shit. What was that one show? Outlander. That was a big hit for a minute. Like there are all these fantasy things. I still think the temperature is right for that. All the sci-fi offerings have just on big screen. We're not talking on TV because streaming's a different beast. There's the best there's ever been at times. But like box office, man, it sucks to be a sci-fi fan. Like Star Wars is a joke. All these things. I hated the last Star Trek movie. I thought it was just the wrong direction to take it. Like where are they giving us? Where are the sci-fi fans getting a bone here? Where's our where's our lifeline? Like, come on, guys.
They don't even know how to define a sci-fi fan anymore because it's been so diluted by people who shout really loud about what it is that they want in this stuff because they recognize that it hit a mainstream vein and they ran with it. And so identify sci-fi fans anymore, right? What do they even want? They can't tell because there are assholes everywhere screaming their heads off.
Now I want to see Demon Slayer though, because everyone is telling me in the chat it's great. It's great.
Okay, yeah, man. You can pick up the issues off of Comixology, and it's a fantastic manga. I haven't seen any of the animated stuff yet, but story wise, it's great. Better than anything coming out of Marvel or DC these days.
Which isn't hard to do.
No, it's pretty fucking low bar.
See, if movie theaters had never... There's one thing that I think could have made Dune a bigger hit if it come out a little earlier. This has got a pretty packed cast. If we lived in the era of the movie star still bringing a lot of weight, kind of like... I don't want to make the Marlon Brando to Superman comparison because Dune comes after that. But do you get what I'm trying to say? Like these star-studded movie casts that used to just be like, oh my God, we got Brad Pitt, Angelina Jolie, this person, guaranteed to make $500 million. A cast like this in that climate, I think you got a different beast. You got international appeal, you got old school actors, you got new actors, you got super popular ones and obscure ones. I think it's got a pretty cool cast, but if we lived in that era, I think that would be enough to at least make this break even. Now, that was a Dune super chat, right? Okay. The physicality channel says Disney is transforming into blank Ruckers from butt fuckers from Idiocracy. Yes, they are. TLJ Screwjob says, "Would Jeff
have time for lattes?"
Wasn't a latte a hand job in that movie?
Yes, yes, it was.
I like money. Oh God, Frito Pendejo, what an unsung hero of the future. TLJ Screwjob says, "Would Jeff be in Wakanda groups or a white group?" I would be probably in the. What's a middle ground between Wakanda and a white group? New York City. Everybody is there, right? Actually, I don't like New York City. I don't want to go.
No, it's like California, but nobody wants to be there either.
Already here, bro.
Yeah, I know.
I saw some interesting stuff. And this will be our final super chat before we start talking about the Mary Jane thing for a moment. By the way, folks, thank you for everyone who has joined us and supported the show. Primer says, downgrade of product quality, miserable and hostile employees, shit-covered bathroom stalls. So let me get this straight. Disneyland became Walmart?
Yeah. No, seriously. Okay, so I remember this wonderful moment when I was a kid at Walt Disney World where a toy that I'd been gotten broke and they replaced it for, question. They just took it and gave me a new one. And that was that. I went back like a year and a half ago. I'd gotten these really cool like white leg warmer things that had these light up parts on them. And then one of them just stopped working. And I had that precedent set that, well, it stopped working, they'll fix it, right? So I walk up and it's like, hey, this thingy, it doesn't work. Well, when did you get it? Yesterday. Well, then, I don't know what I can do for you. I only had it a day. And it was this big argument with this woman who I was like, I would like the thing I paid for to work for more than a day. She completely argued with me. The whole tone was different. It's so fucking weird.
That's what happens when you lower the standards, I guess.
It was complete nonsense and bullshit. And now I'm mad again.
that bounces back on that question I had earlier about lowering standards, or had I lowered standards a decade earlier and had been, duped. But there are cases where things have definitely gotten shittier. Walmart, I went today to pick up some moving boxes. Jesse, is Walmart like a demilitarized zone?
I guess so.
I hate Walmart. Like, I respect people that get stuck working there. I'm sorry.
The thing is, Walmarts are equally shitty no matter where you are in the country. So the nicer place you are in the country, the shittier the Walmart seems.
Yeah, this Walmart seemed like a fucking third world nation at times. It's just like, there's like nothing there. It's part barren. It's kind of dangerous.
Yeah.
They have lines to get in the building.
Never go to Walmart at 3 a.m. in the morning. Just saying.
I went to one.
Some weird shit.
I went to one in the South on my way to Florida at like 3 a.m. This was back in 2012, so the world was still retarded. But anyway, I did see weird stuff.
It was ending.
It was ending. We were supposed. Remember the Mayans? We were gonna. Like, I know we joke around, like, oh, we need an asteroid or this or that, but like a good Mayan prophecy, that could put the fear of something in society would be good right now. Maybe it would help us course correct.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Jeff. I think part of the issue that humanity is facing right now is that we don't have enough real problems, and therefore we're inventing problems, which is the reason why we end up with social justice and the nonsense coming out of Disney. Yeah, and the nonsense that came out of the whole J. Scott Campbell thing too. We don't have real problems. That's kind of the issue.
I love it. So, cool. Saw the chat. Now, let's talk about this one because this has been all over. So, J. Scott Campbell apologized for statement described. Okay, anyway, we're not worried about the J. Scott Campbell apologizing for Comicsgate stuff. But last week, J. Scott Campbell, a very, very famous Marvel cover artist, mainly known for his work on Spider-Man, had one of his pieces of art redrawn, and we had talked about that last week. And so he responded back in a very fun and humorous way, kind of making fun of the guy because he was an asshat, and was on his merry way. But then it got political, it got weird, and as always, when these things pop up online, everyone wants to chime in. Now, I thought one of the better retorts was Anna's. Did you guys see hers?
Yes, it was freaking amazing.
No, I did not.
Oh yeah, she straight up photographed herself like copying it. It was great. It was spot on. It really was perfect. With the only exception being that some people got super butthurt because she was wearing some non-stretchy jeans. And look, if you're a girl and you wear some jeans, you know the difference between the stretchy jeans and the non-stretchy jeans. And so she did it in some jeans that weren't particularly stretchy and didn't allow for some of the booty pop. And so then she did it again in shorts. But both of them look fantastic, and it was great. It was absolutely great.
I just don't know why we live, like how we reverted back to a puritanical society. Like, it's a drawing. I draw.
It's as anti-feminist as it gets to basically cover up her tits, right? Like freaking MJ's like gorgeous. She's a model. Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she sit there with the honeys out, right?
Well, here's the thing: they always act like women don't dress like this, and some women do. Okay, I mean it's like the whole thing with Power Girl in the boob window. They actually do make sure it's with a boob window. Have people gotten that stupid that they don't remember these things? I mean, that was like a huge thing back in I would say the 90s and the 2000s was the boob window.
Are people acting like nobody dresses like this? This is not an extreme way to dress.
It's not.
No, it's not. She's wearing a baby doll t-shirt, which they sell for women, by the way. Yep. And sometimes rather busty women wear baby doll t-shirts.
I want that t-shirt. People cut out tit windows for themselves.
I just gotta Google tit window.
Dude, seriously, like women not only what Jesse just said is completely correct. Women will cut tit windows. They will slice up. There was this trend for a while, a few years ago, where girls would take scissors and they would cut up the backs of their tops and they would like lace them so that there were these big holes in the backs of their baby doll t-shirts.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It was a big like the more that you could show, the better, right? Like we enjoyed that. It was fun. It made us feel sexy. It makes us feel flirty. It makes us feel like we can get out there and flaunt our shit, right? Can you stop treating us like we have to cover that stuff up? We don't fucking want to, and we worked really hard to be allowed to.
Hey, Mary, do you know who rocks a tit window almost as good, maybe better than Mary Jane Watson?
Mecca?
No, even better. Jackie Chan.
What the fuck?
Jackie Chan, look at him, guy. He's got a boob window, Jesse.
I love this.
Oh, Jackie Chan, he's the man.
I just got to say this about the whole entire thing. If somebody wants to do the art and make it whatever more covered up, we should just let them and not say a fucking word. So that way, when they bitch about us doing it the other way, they have nothing to say because we're like, hey, we let you do yours. Nobody said a fucking word.
But they're going to complain regardless. And
I know, and it's not fair.
You're objectifying women, the male gaze.
But to me, it's like a tit for tat thing. It's like, you know what? If they want to do it, fine. Let them.
Well, the problem here is the invalidation.
You look at it and you can judge for yourself which one looks better.
The invalidation of the art that was so clearly well received by literally everybody loves this thing.
Yeah, but then the same argument can be made for all the ones that Anna has redone too.
No, but I do hear what you're saying, but I think you and I are missing each other here. I'm talking about a piece of art that is established, well received. We're not criticizing something that's just come out and the masses have not spoken, and we are right now addressing it, right? Like, hey, this, and nobody fucking likes it. We're talking about something that everyone loves. Okay, everyone unanimously agreed that this was some awesome ass artwork, and everybody fucking loved it, right? We're way past the point of going back and critiquing this shit in some kind of meaningful way. No, the masses spoke. We really fucking loved it. We really fucking loved it.
Yeah. Look at J. Scott Campbell's work on Spider-Man. He's one of the modern artist icons. He's really put out some great stuff. And this cover, from being over a decade old, like, I know the news is slow, but for at the
same time, the only reason
it's the art style of the time too, which is they're not taking into consideration.
Well, and the other thing is, the only reason this person's getting any attention is because we're talking about it.
Well, can we scroll up a little bit? I think it was up above. There was the her and him. Spidey was in the suit, and if you'll scroll up, keep going up. It's where they're both there. Not that one, but it was a different one where she was standing up. She's standing up and he's standing up and he's getting ready to walk away. And you look at the contrast between the two. She looks far more realistic than he does. It's when he's in the suit and he's getting ready to walk away. You can see the back and every single muscle is defined, right, for him. Let me see if I can pull it up for myself.
Oh, I got it for you right here. Hold on. Here you go. It's The Amazing Mary Jane, the one that's the Friends parody. I got you right.
It's on this page, I thought.
No, that was just...
No one told me life was going to be this way.
See, people complain about giving these people attention, but you really have to kind of slap back and clap back and slap them down and say, no, you don't get to get away with this crap anymore. We're tired of these people complaining and pissing and moaning. You guys were getting away with this with the PMRC, and we were clapping back at you then. So no, we're not going to put up with this crap.
Yeah, and you're right.
Yes,
I mean,
that.
Part of it is that he was getting the individual who critiqued the art was getting a lot of attention, and it took like a couple days before even J. Scott Campbell even did anything about it. Yeah. And he did it rather tastefully, and of course they went after him, and then he had to release his apology statement. And I don't know what this particular article is about, but I think at least at the time they're going to come for him regardless, because he's drawing problematic art because it's for the male gaze.
See, here's my thing. Look at this. Take a look at this. There's no double standard here. Everything is idealized, okay? Every fucking muscle on that man's body has been highlighted and pushed beyond the realms of belief. She looks fucking reasonable. She looks like a real person with abs. She looks like a fit chick. I know lots of chicks that look like her. Fucking hell, Anna looks like her, right?
Well, the funny thing too is somebody took it and slapped OnlyFans on it. It says, I fixed the problem. People will stop complaining. And it's true. It's like you're complaining about artwork, but you're totally cool with the OnlyFans thing. It's not slut shaming, but God forbid a man draw a sexy chick. God forbid.
No, well, not only that, and honestly, here's the thing: most chicks don't fucking mind. In fact, we enjoy looking at it. Most women, just as much as men, prefer to look at attractive people rather than ugly ones, right? Well drawn, good-looking people, right? I appreciate that Spider-Man's buttocks looks like you could bounce a coin off of it, right? I appreciate that I could probably take shots off of this woman's navel over here. It looks great. I love it. It's wonderful. Why the hell would you complain about this? This looks good. What is the problem?
Honestly, there's no problem because, Mary, thank you for what you're saying about the people want to look at attractive things. That's how the movie star system worked for decades and decades. I mean, what was it a couple years ago at The Last Jedi? People, I don't like John Boyega. Finn looked better like Will Smith. We'd like him more. Like across the board. Now, I'm not saying that's whatever, but like across the board, vanity for big projects. The aesthetic appeal is important. That goes into the attractiveness of your figures are just as important as other elements of your art. You know, people pride themselves on. And J. Scott Campbell is an artist known for his beautiful women. So,
absolutely.
All they're trying to do is just shit on a guy who's a master at what he does and is super successful. Like, I've never really heard him cause any kind of issues before. Have you, comics?
No, he hasn't. He's not outspoken. You know, I've never heard about him shitting on fans. I mean, that you can reserve that for like Ron Mars and a few others. Dan Slott, he's not an artist though, or a writer. But I mean, for the most part, he's been just kind of doing his own thing. I never really followed his Twitter account, so I can't say whether was going on and on about politics or anything. Yeah.
I mean, I think he makes it pretty clear on his not to get into like the whole Comicsgate assertion that he made there or whatever, but he made it pretty clear. He's not a bigot. He just wants to draw his work. All he wants to do is draw. All he wants to do is do his thing, and he's interested in the freedom to do that.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, and I support that, and that's the thing too. I think a lot of people don't get this is that I don't want my artists to be political or go Comicsgate or whatever. I just want them to go and create good art, create good stories, create good comics. That's all I care about, right?
Yeah.
If they want to talk about politics, I don't care. But just to realize, don't go and insult your audience, because that's basically what Dan Slott does. That's all he cares about is pissing off the people who buy his stuff, because the guy really is just a miserable cunt. Sorry, I didn't mean to go there, but he is.
Well, I still don't see the point in complaining though, because if we just let them go and let them do their own thing, and they forced him to apologize, well, then that's just precedence for us to force one of theirs to apologize when they go off on Anna.
No, Tom, let me tell you why I disagree. Because we talk about the sliding scale. In comic books, there is a big artist. Comics knows this guy, Frank Cho.
Oh, yeah.
Cheesecake artist. He's a great artist. I'm about to pull up his artwork.
Yeah.
The point I want to get at is
How to Draw Beautiful Women.
Yeah, I bought that book. Or I thought I should have bought. I wanted to buy that book. Anyway, long story short, this is his art. This is a sketch cover. But anyway, Frank Cho, another master artist. Great work across the board. But the point I want to make and why the slapback is important. Frank Cho's work is known to be lascivious and cheesecake and sexy and over the top. J. Scott Campbell's artwork is much tamer.
Oh, by comparison, absolutely.
So the fact that people are worried about J. Scott Campbell's artwork being too sexy after already coming for Frank Cho and Milo Manara, the point is, Tom, is that it's now too scandalous to show mid-drift in a little cleavage. It's not TNA, it's not bush sticking out, it's mid-drift in cleavage. These motherfuckers do not know when to stop. And so it's going to be back to, oh my God, Mary Jane showed her ankle on that Spider-Man cover. We better cancel whoever drew it. Like, that's it. It's this sliding scale of stupidity. Every fucking year, it's something else is a scandal. And you look and you go, this isn't a big deal. That really wasn't a big deal. And it just keeps getting more and more. Everything that's...
I'm not saying it's not a big deal, but the best part is let them do it. And then when nobody buys the fucking comics, they have nobody
Tom,
to
here's the problem. You
that.
may not know this, but Frank Cho was fired from DC because he drew a cover that showed Wonder Woman's underwear. He was fired.
I'm not talking about that aspect of it, though. I'm talking about the fan redraws, because that's what this all stems from, right?
Yeah, but this is not a fan redraw. He did these things because people were outraged by his art,
yeah,
and
it sounds to me like people are like equating like two different things here. I don't understand. So yeah,
we're not talking about any of the redraw ethics. We're talking about people are outraged over sexually provocative images, and how the line has been drawn to where these aren't even sexually provocative images. These are images that are tame by comparison. I was reading J. Scott Campbell's Spider-Man books at the end of grade school with the books in the library in my classroom. Like, the covers weren't that sexy and they weren't that fucking crazy. What has happened is people are so uptight that these people that were getting canceled beforehand for, by whatever standard you could say, more provocative art, now are coming for this. Where does it end? Where do we draw the line?
Exactly. The funny thing about it, too, is that him getting fired probably was the best thing for him, because he makes more money doing commissions than he ever did working for DC.
Well, let's not pretend that the people who are doing these redraws are fans of these genres. They're not.
They're pushing an agenda is what they're doing.
Yeah, it's exactly what Jeff said. These people are coming in order to tweak and alter what it is that fans truly love, right? They're not attempting to actually help our genre or do anything that would benefit or add anything to it. They're attempting to put their spin on it. These aren't fans. These aren't people who care about these characters.
No.
These aren't people who care about these IPs. This is agenda driven, period, point blank, end of conversation. This isn't about what we love. This is about taking what we love away from us.
No, it absolutely is.
Yeah,
That's
but that
the reason
comic
why
book is still there. It's not like it's disappeared.
Well, yeah, but they made it very difficult for Frank Cho to continue working in the industry.
Yeah,
that's the problem. I mean, he literally got canceled.
Is that what you want, though? You want the
no? I'm not saying that. I'm not sure what one has to do with the other. Is what I'm trying to figure out.
It's still here, but how much longer will we?
It's the war on beauty, Tom, is what it is. It's the war on beautiful art. It's the war on sexy people. It's all this nonsense that we've been complaining about and talking about for the last several years because of wokeism. This is in their eyes part of the problem, because it's misogynistic, because you're drawing a sexy woman. Remember the guy was wearing that shirt that had women on it, and they basically went after him, and the shirt was actually created by a woman, but they actually went after the guy because he wore it. It's shit like that.
Well, and what do we lose down the road, right? Like when you silence the people who are brilliant art makers, people who are going to make the things that draw fans back to comic books, right? The eye candy that sucks you into the story initially. When you silence those people and you tell them that they can't draw that good stuff, what kind of damage do you do to these IPs? What kind of damage do you do down the road? Because there are things that we won't get because of that. There are things that can no longer be explored because of that. You can't tell me that kind of hindrance.
We're already there, though.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying.
That's kind of the point.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to save here at this point, because it's like let them fucking nuke it at this point. All they're burning down is what's left is theirs.
I'm not going to disagree with you on it, but we're just kind of going into the greater problem. It's like look at the whole thing with back in the 90s when they released the Marvel swimsuit edition. That would never happen now, because as soon as they did, they'd be called sexist, and that's the problem.
And that's why I'll buy a comic book that would be more than willing to do something like that. And that's my point. I guess I'm trying to because this is not a modern comic. So I'm really trying to stretch to see why this is such a big deal.
It's part of the evolution of that has caused the problem with modern comics.
Because I really stand by, I'm not going to bitch and complain about somebody else redrawing something when people in our own community do it.
Well, the reason why they're doing
whether
it
I like it or not.
The reason why that person did a redraw for what's his name is because of virtue points.
Mm-hmm. Well, right. I think there's a very big distinction to be made between Anna going and redrawing.
And he was doing it to shame J. Scott Campbell. That's what they're doing.
Isn't that what she's kind of doing to them, though? I'm failing to see the difference here. I'm not trying to be a contrarian, but I'm really I'm trying to figure out why we should even be bitching about it.
Why? Okay, so I can say why. Because Anna loves Star Wars. Because Anna doesn't want to see Star Wars degraded to this level. Because Anna wants to show that there are options and abilities. You have the ability to make this better. It's not that hard. Let me show you what that looks like. Anna is trying to impact a positive change on an IP that she cares about. She is a fan of, right? And that's the distinction to be made here.
To take Mary's point and put it on a macro level, I think one of the big differences, I mean, it's this redrawing that they're doing is a continuation of the infestation that they've started.
Yes.
The thing that Hannah's doing is the preservation of the thing that has always been. So
is it though when she's doing like Safe Space and Leo Gyasi and all these guys that have nothing to do with past characters? Oh, that's where I'm trying to get it here.
But it has to be. It has, but it's exactly what Jesse just said. It has to do with an IP that has been established as something that we care about as fans and we want to see preserved, not further degraded.
We have years and years and years of
failed to see it being a difference. I'm sorry. I see it as the same thing.
Now take that picture and compare it to what we're seeing with the Hellfire Gala, and just look how terrible that artwork is.
Just a second. I'll pull that up too. But the thing is, I'm just worried about the puritanical slide to whatever. Sex is not a problem.
And that part is a different part of the argument.
That's the only part of the argument.
That's another argument. Well, and that's what I'm saying.
I'm not worried about redrawing ethics. That, like, here on tonight's show, this was all about how these people really need to relax about sexual imagery, because it's not even sexual imagery. We've reached a point where, oh my god, the reflection in that car gave me a boner.
Yeah, what are we gonna do? A lot of it too. It's like it's going back to what with body positivity too. I mean, a number of years ago, you had these articles being written saying, why isn't there a body positive, Black Panther? And they redrew Black Panther with a spare tire. And it's like, because nobody wants to see that, man.
No.
We want to see the idealized form in comic books, and that's what this is all about. We all know it's not real, but they're trying to shame people. It's like those fat celebrities that lose weight and they get skinny, and suddenly Twitter explodes. How could they do that? How could they lose all that weight? Well, it's because it's not healthy.
Maybe they wanted to live a little longer.
Yeah, exactly. But it counters the body positivity thing, and all this garbage plays into it.
It's freaking insane.
Comics, I'm pulling this up for you. The Hellfire Gala. I'm not interested in any designs, but Storm looks pretty cool.
No, that's not the stuff.
Oh, that's not it. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If you want to send me the link, I'll show it on screen.
That actually looks a lot better than the stuff we've been seeing. Here, I'll.
Yeah, so Storm looks legit. That's the character. I'm lucky that I can't really say this because they'll find a way to fuck up Storm.
Yeah, look at the stuff that I have pulled up here, or specifically that one. But a lot of the stuff, it's bad, and you can actually find it on the Marvel site.
Yeah, but who's going to buy it?
Oh, whoa, Rogue looks bad.
But again, I digress. Who's going to really buy it? So
nobody. That's kind of the problem.
Well, let them fail.
I know. I mean, I am not disagreeing with you, Tom. I'm really not. But it's
they want to do this. That's their fucking
disappointing, is what it is, man. I mean, going back and looking at the stuff that we saw from the '90s with the with the swimsuit issue.
Yeah, isn't this weird? It feels like they're trying to turn it into a runway model-esque sort of.
Yeah.
Isn't that what that feels like a bit?
Yeah. It's like one of those old fashion catalogs.
Yeah, it's real. God, Rogue looks really bad.
I just want this action figure, this man in the wheelchair with the fur. Is this supposed to be badass Professor X Wolverine?
No, it's what's his face?
Unknown Hinton?
The guy that Kevin Bacon played in First Class.
Yeah.
Oh, Sebastian Shaw or Stan?
Stan, yeah.
Wait, no. Sebastian Shaw is the actor that plays Darth Vader as well as the character from that. Okay, because the character and the other one have the same name. So sorry, it always throws me off.
Yeah, Sebastian Shaw is the character. Sebastian Stan's the actor.
Yeah, the other way.
Yeah. But anyway, it's a lot of it is if you take a look at the artwork that they show on these covers, it pales in comparison to what we've been getting.
Mm.
And this is kind of the reason why Marvel's failing.
Again, though, let them.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just explaining.
Fuck them at this point.
Fuck them in the goat ass. I get it.
Doesn't make you a little sad though? It doesn't make you.
No. If they're doing this shit for the last 10 years, fuck them. They deserve to fail.
It makes me happy to.
They really do.
Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing, and I'm still.
I would rather the memory of X-Men be what we have than that.
It's not that I'm not still of the mindset of sort of, grab all the clothes out of the closet and put them on the lawn and burn them or whatever, but it still makes me sad that that's where we're at. And there's still this piece of me that aches. And
okay,
really,
Mary, does this make you feel better? On the other end of this, when this shit burns down, guess what's left?
well, but
The stuff that was before.
I know that the
So
stuff
you'll
that was
just
before,
it just be
but
what was old is new again. Is going to be what's going to happen.
really, I hope that that's what that means. But I would like to believe that it's a phoenix.
Well, what
that can
happens
rise
when you do a brush fire?
No, I get it, and I would like to believe that it's a phoenix that can rise from the ashes, but it took us so long to get some of the stuff realized in the first place. What's to say pop culture?
Well, here's the issue. As much as I kind of agree with Tom, what I'm saying, kind of agree. I completely agree. Burn it down. That's what I want to see. I want to see them fail. The issue is they're being propped up by a larger company, which is Disney.
That's a problem.
That's the issue. If Marvel Comics was on its own right now, they would fail and they would be out of business by now.
Because here's the thing, Mary, is these characters, they're bigger than Disney. They're bigger than what they're doing to them now. If they could destroy them permanently, we wouldn't have Robin Hood and King Arthur still, because there's been horrendous shit done to them over the years too. These kind of things will permeate. They are our mythology. Right.
I guess what I'm saying is what I was trying to get at was that what's to say that culture won't move right the hell along before it gets fixed, and then we lose these opportunities to see these things realized.
Then we'll be dead by then. I don't know how else to make you feel better.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
It's okay. I have my teddy bear. I'm fine.
No, I know. I mean, it's like, really, where else can they go but down from here? I mean, and the only way you can bring it back up, it's a kind of a cyclical thing. It goes with history. You always got to kind of go back to square one eventually. They've tried these kind of revolutions before. We saw how well that worked.
I mean, I get nothing lasts forever. I mean, I'm a realist. I mean, not even nations last forever. And the comic book industry will change at some point. The big two may be gone, but you'll probably still have comics.
It's the same shit I say about Star Trek. Yeah. Because we get those same people who are like, oh, if you don't support this, it's going to go away forever. It's like, yeah, because Coke closed down all their fucking factories when New Coke failed. And yeah, I miss McDonald's since the McLean failed and we don't have McDonald's anymore. It's like, yeah, that's not going to happen. This will just go away. And in 5 years from now, they'll try something new. Because guess what? Next year, we're going to get another fucking Robin Hood movie. It never fails. I'm not saying we're going to for sure, but my point is eventually it's going to come back. They're not going to try to, anything new. That's Hollywood. Like they'll eventually come back around to it. It's going to take time.
You talk about Star Trek. If you don't support it, it'll go away. I think we live in a world where Star Trek could go away.
It could, but it's never going to go away permanently because it's a franchise. It's a viable.
How many years did it kind of lay fallow between Enterprise and
exactly?
The
Star
2009
Wars
reboot.
People get pissed at me because I say Star Wars was practically dead for years. It kind of was. Yeah, it had life support with the EU and other things in video games, but that ain't nothing compared to the type of money they were bringing in when there was movies to push the toys and stuff. You know what I mean? Like. So that's why, George had to haggle for the price he got out of Disney because Disney's money cruncher sat down and they're like, look, it ain't worth $4 billion no more. It maybe was 20 years ago when the prequels were hot, but it's not now. And he didn't like hearing that. And that's the sad truth of it. So these things fluctuate. If they come back and they keep going in a direction where things can be successful, then the franchise is going to be worth more. That's why Marvel is worth 10 billion times more than it was 20, 30 years ago. We could have probably got together, pooled our money and bought Marvel 30 years ago. You realize that, right?
I'm reading some books about the finances and stuff of the comic book industry. You'd be surprised how cheap certain things were paid for and how much you could get for $1.
The biggest folly in Hollywood, I guarantee you, is going to be looked back on is Paramount not buying Marvel for like $12 million.
Yep. Sony also had an opportunity. I read a good article.
I think it was even cheaper for them, if I remember right, too.
Yeah, they could have bought we just want Spider-Man instead. Look, Sony, go back in time and fix that shit. I mean, a Spider-Man fronted Marvel universe. There were a lot of shit movies in the early 2000s, but there were a lot of pretty solid ones too.
Guess what? There's going to be a time when Marvel ain't worth shit again. but then it's going to come back around. It's just going to happen. DC has done the same thing now. How many times?
I don't know. DC is a different story because I legit think that AT&T it will. I think they will actually fucking close shop on DC if they don't watch it.
No, Monkey Jeebus, that was just before Avengers and stuff. That was even after a couple of the Marvel movies. They still were.
I'm pretty scared for DC, to be honest.
Yeah, well, they're so screwed. They really are.
That's just because Warner's a mess.
Yeah, Jim Lee. I don't think he's long for this world working there.
Well, for him, why would he want to be? I mean, he's co-publisher. He's a multi-millionaire. How many times over? I mean, he's probably still getting X-Men royalty checks to this day.
He's technically
all he needs to do is just create art. Okay, he doesn't need to be in charge of shit.
He's technically in charge of both right now. I mean, Hamada's. Well, he's the go-between between DC and the films. He's supposed to be overseeing the continuity in the films now. Didn't you guys catch that?
Jim Lee's not the right guy for that. Jim Lee is
a
great artist. He's not
an artist. Exactly.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. I think as soon as this whole thing with hashtag Stop Asian Hate disappears, you'll see him exit at DC.
Well, we've been saying for how many years that the guys who've been working in the DC animated side should be running this shit. But anyway,
I would have said that years ago, but so many of those guys are gone now. It's like you're not going to get everyone back. You're not going to get Radomski, Dini, Tim, Romano. All these people aren't just going to magically come back.
No. But you can get Paul Dini. You could get what's his face? The other
I'm sure you can get some of these people. Still work for Warner Brothers, still doing animation. I'm sure they're still out there and ready to work. I mean, shit, that guy that we had on the channel, Russell, he worked on Batman the animated series. Like, there are people out there that love this shit and will go back to it. But I just think it's a little too late. You got to understand something. People aren't going to forget all the reboots, no matter how much these companies want to tell us, oh, we can do it right this time. They'll still buy it. No, like Warner Brothers is about to royally screw the pooch with this Black Superman that they're going to try to push.
Yeah. And again, like Tom said, I want them to do it because I want them to fail.
Exactly.
That's the one I want them to pull.
At this point, I'm almost feel that way. Like it makes me terribly sad because it means that I won't get to see the full fruition of like a Justice League that I think did it justice, as it were. That makes me sad, but simultaneously, I am at that point.
I do want to do this shit though, mainly just to speed it up, Mary. That's another thing. I
agree.
Like, it's like, come on. Yeah, just get it over with already.
Get it over with, rip the Band-Aid off. Okay.
Because the longer they drag this shit out, they need a bunch of high-profile failure. Like, we were on the verge, right? Like, between, Charlie's Angels, Birds of Prey, those kind of movies really hitting the wall. Mm-hmm. If we wouldn't have got shut down, I'm willing to bet that by now they'd been kind of on this turnaround of, okay, we gotta change.
I mean, well, how long can you really limp along, right? So, like, at some point somebody's gonna get sick of it and burn it down and say, okay, so like honestly just scrap it and let's go. I felt like they had a potential opportunity with Flash where they could do like a soft reboot, but they're not gonna do that at this point. And so it's just sort of like, okay, so let's just burn it down. Yeah, I'm with it.
Well, and here's the thing too. I mean, look what happened last year with the shutdown with Diamond. They were shut down for what, 4 or 6 weeks, and basically they had to take out a bunch of loans to stay alive. I mean, literally. I mean, they basically were talking about how healthy the industry is, and they had to go and take out a bunch of loans because they were closed for a month.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Good Lord.
And now nobody wants to deal with Diamond. Marvel and DC have gone and found alternate ways to go and get their distribution taken care of. Diamond will be lucky if they last another 5 years.
I can't believe Warner didn't do that with DC years ago. And I've said that before. Like, I cannot believe it because they have been so independent all these years that I cannot believe that they dealt with that bullshit all that time with Diamond.
There's a lot of precedence in the industry for the decisions, but like, really, not everyone can handle that too. I know Warner Books has their own imprint, but like, there had to be cost analysis for it.
Oh, I'm sure to a point, but like, here's my point is this. Like, that was how I know most of the people I do at Warner's is through my video connections back in the day, because they didn't go through any dealers. They did everything direct to store. They did all their own shit. They did all their own printing of videos, and that was why it was a big deal this last week when the week before when they announced the deal that they were closing down their facility and then working now with Universal for all their future Blu-ray and DVD and physical media stuff, because Warner was still one of the last big ones out there that were independent, still doing it. And so I mean, the fact that they were always that independent with that side of things, it just boggled me, because they had how many different printing companies underneath Time Warner? I mean, they have their own distribution deal with the magazines.
I have to apologize. I made a promise I would be somewhere else.
No problem, man.
That's cool.
But I want to thank you.
I think there
so
was
much.
a super chat that was aimed at you just a second ago, though. Dr.
Let-
Idiot. Mary,
me
the best medicine, it tastes bitter. Yeah.
The best medicine tastes better.
Yeah, I think that was the whole about burning it down so we could,
I'm on board with the burning it down thing, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt, and it doesn't mean it doesn't stay.
Oh, absolutely.
And so I love DC, and I would like to see it done justice. I'm just worried that you worry that it won't ever get another opportunity.
Well, and that's part of the issue. I mean, and nothing lasts forever. I mean, remember Montgomery Wards? I mean, they've been dead for like 20 years now.
Dude.
But I mean, hey, Spider-Man's gotten 1,000,001 opportunities, so there's still hope, right?
Yeah, exactly. The IP is always bigger than any failure it can endure. So,
sorry.
I don't know, man. Batman took a back seat for 8 years once.
Yeah, but that was not because of Batman, though. That was because of Warner Brothers' stupidity.
I'm glad we had an 8-year hiatus. But Mary, I know you got to get going. Thank you for joining us tonight. We'll have you back real soon.
Oh, absolutely. Thanks so much for inviting me. Comics, you are an absolute joy as always.
Thank you.
It was so fun to be around you. Mecca, you're glorious and beautiful. Tom, so great to spend some time with you. Love you, Jesse.
She's in the bath. Oh, she says she loves you back.
Thanks, guys. I'll see you all later.
Bye.
Bye.
Mary.
So tonight over on Mindless Entertainment, Jesse's going to have an artist stream. So I'll be over there hanging out with a few other artists. And she's not here to promote her stream, but I'll be over there.
Like one of your French ladies.
Dude, I will say this, and I fucked up royally. I have had a lot of women say that to me, and I should have pulled that trigger because I didn't realize they were serious.
Yeah.
Actually, to be fair, a good chunk of it happened in college when I had a girlfriend, so I was like, I'm not that kind of guy.
It's so sweet that you're that naive, though.
Don't worry, I've had my fun. But I never was an artist.
I find it admirable.
Obobable?
Obable.
Akbar?
Akbar. It's a pussy trap.
Oh, it's a trap. That's a different conversation. We'll have that on WCVS. So
yes, let's get to super chats.
Yes, NG1T, thank you very much for the keep it up super chat sticker again. TLJ Screwjob says, does Golgo have the I'll pay for seconds chick? Yes, that is TLJ Screwjob. That is Golgo 13. That is the one where the prostitute that he had paid or got to, had been brought to him. She's like, it's so good, I need more. Like, yeah. It's that kind of show. It's pretty interesting. Phil Labooty, thank you very much, says, I would love to see game studios making difficulty levels on games called I'm a games journalist. I suck at games and I don't want to cry.
They legit want one. They want a level for games journalists. It's ridiculous.
Dude, I'm playing Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I put it on the second to last difficulty. Usually when I play like a platformer, I put it on the hardest difficulty because I want to get all the achievements at once. I like getting my shit pushed in because by the end of the game, I'm awesome at all the combat and the timed moves. Like, I wonder why the critics, like the actual professional critics of comics and video games, want the elements that make them fun and unique removed, because the challenge of a game is what makes it a game.
Because you're everybody gets a trophy generation. That's why.
Dude, when Mary was here a moment ago, when we were talking about the game console stuff, it's a moment of pride, like a notch on your belt. I beat Zelda. I beat Ocarina of Time. I did that. Like, these games used to mean something. Like, even up until the Xbox achievement points, it's like, yeah, I got all 1,000 achievement points. Like, gamers always take pride in the difficulty and the challenge. And I hate that they want to make it like, sit down, press X, watch a 40-minute cutscene, make statement about political something, win awards. Like, fuck off, Last of Us. I hate you. I don't promote hate, but I can hate a product. I hate that video game.
I think the guy who created that should stick his dick in a pencil sharpener.
He might not reach the sides. Anyway,
I hate pigeons.
I like turtles, though.
I love turtles.
Joseph Bianowicz says, "It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground, and I'm a size hoe." Oh, God, we have a trend now. Doug Keller asks, "Jeff, when are you moving into your new mansion?" Doug, I wish a 2-bedroom apartment was a mansion, but I'm just very happy to get out of my nightmarish living situation. When it's behind me, I will give you guys a quick rundown, but I don't want to live here and still talk about it. Primer says, "I can see it now. Jeff Hicks, world-class gas runner." It's a dark world out there, man. I gotta keep myself safe and finance this operation. You talk about independent art, that is awesome, but it's it takes time.
Now we know what your next comic is going to be. It's going to be Mad Max Jeff running gas.
Pretty much. I always thought the smuggler life sounded interesting. Actually, let me get a pencil.
Well, here's your chance.
Yeah. You joke, folks, but all the stuff in the jokes on the show, they have historically gone places. Stealing Solo started as a joke on this podcast. Well, on the WCBS podcast. So you never know where Gas Runner Jeff could go next. I mean, I would refine it. Gas Runner Jeff doesn't have any ring to it. No sex appeal. It's not like Buffalo Jeff. That just drips with it. But moving on, TLJ Screwjob says, "Why couldn't Max Zorin have won?" I've wondered that question many a times. Christopher Walken didn't have all the wrong ideas, did he? I don't remember exactly what his plan was. Do you guys?
I just know there's more cowbell involved.
Yeah, got a fever. Xenomorph Skull Hunter 79 says, "No gas means that people won't be able to escape Buffalo Jeff." Ah!
Nobody escapes me ever. I'll find you.
Doug Keller, thank you very much. He says, "Eventually the future is going to be the movie Upgrade."
Probably.
Every time somebody says the word upgrade, I think of the movie Idiocracy.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
The pimp
He
upgrade.
will find me.
Yeah, he does.
At the very end, Yen freezes.
Yeah. Dude, I always think of the follow-up line, too, where Luke Wilson's like, "Oh, I had a roommate in college named Untgrad. Is it like that?" It's like, no, it's not, Joe. That is such a great movie. Folks, if you haven't seen it,
Great film.
It's the reality we're living in, folks.
Yeah.
Before Disney gets rid of it.
Merlin's Id says, "Hack the phallus. Hack the phallus." That'd be terrible if you're a cyborg guy and you got like, oh, okay, that would be I'm going to write this one down and not tell it publicly. Fuck it. All right. Do me a favor. Let's talk about the next super chat. I want to write this one down. He says, it comes from Incogcheetah, one of my favorite screen names. "Life has meaning because we can change it. Some multi-billion-dollar company somewhere, probably." What do you feel about the philanthropy of some of these businesses? How hard do you roll your eyes?
Pretty hard, honestly.
I can see it in my brain.
My next favorite thing next to the philanthropy is the corporate virtue signaling. So that's fantastic too. I don't know. I got to the point where I was kind of outraged at first. Now I just don't care. It's just like, yeah, whatever. I just ignore it.
Yeah, I've noticed the outrage stuff is just making me roll my eyes on certain things too. Sorry, that story idea had to be written down. It's $1 million concept. So see it at the movies, folks.
That's all right. I tell my ideas so I have like actual like I go TM copyright. You can't steal it. It's in the public. But I own it.
I have a lawyer who coaches me on the right things, Tom.
Hey, then I can prove that I came up with it and a date.
He's like, yeah, the nice part is like being on a stream. It is a nice digital stamp of like, oh, at 9:10 p.m. Pacific on May 11th, Jeff said shit. And I did. Incogito, thank you very much. Adam Wofford, thank you very much for your generous super chat. Adam says, there should be a law here where if you want to be immortal, you have to use it to help and guide people with your knowledge and wisdom, so future generations won't make the same mistakes. That's a really cool idea.
I thought that's what Twitter's for. Back in the stupid ages.
Well, Twitter's going to get wiped one day.
One can only hope.
Is there anything in society with less value than Twitter?
Instagram, Facebook,
Karens,
Disney. I don't know.
Raylos.
Yeah, thank you, Raylos. Adam Wofford, thank you very much. He says also, Mary, that's the question from Ghost in the Shell. It's where human ends and the machine begins. And if someone is too machine, does it still have a soul? I need to go back and watch Ghost in the Shell again.
Yeah, have you watched the animated series, Standalone Complex? It gets really deep into that because there's an issue too where the Tachikomas basically become self-aware, and it doesn't really cause a problem, but it kind of does. But it's really great because it's that the idea is when does a man stop being a man and become more machine, and where does the machine become more like a man or human, if I want to be more inclusive, I suppose. But you kind of get the idea. And it's a great fucking story.
That trope, I am very hard on the subject, but I like how it's handled in that, like Ghost in the Shell. I like that question. I don't like how it's handled in Blade Runner, and I do like how it's handled in earlier stuff like Twilight Zone. But maybe it's just another, like an Eastern approach to that on top of just a few other things. I like how Ghost in the Shell handles that quite a bit.
And the Standalone Complex really gets deep into it because there's a lot of stuff that gets covered in the manga that's in Standalone Complex that's not actually covered in the 90s movie. The 90s movie is good, but the actual OAV is way better.
I'll have to check it out because I have seen whatever the original thing was, the movie where the guy loses his eyes and all that shit. The one that the live action one basically rips off. I've seen that one before the movie came out.
Yeah. I think a lot of the stuff they based off of Second Gig.
Okay.
Yeah. They kind of hodgepodged some stuff. They stole some stuff from the movie and then kind of hodgepodged it with Second Gig. And I didn't bother seeing it. I knew it was going to be terrible, unfortunately.
I'll save this for another show since we're getting ready to close this one out in a moment. But I've been getting all these manga and anime packages in the mail. So when I move, I'm going to sit down and watch some cartoons. I'm looking forward to this shit. So I'm going to tell you what I'm watching, and then we can maybe give each other recommendations. And that goes to everybody in the audience too. So TLJ Screwjob says, so no Picard, still be 97-year-old, but a robot.
No, actually being a youthful body and not being an old man in an old man's body. That was the stupidest thing ever.
Now, that nobody guy says an upload of your consciousness is a copy. It's not you. You would die. They kind of tackled this in Star Trek with Riker transporter copy.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? What exactly is you? Is it the your own personal algorithm that's in your head? And if you're able to copy that, that's also the kind of the thing with Ghost in the Shell too. It gets into is like the whole thing is do androids have souls, or do AIs have souls, or is it just people, or do people even have souls to begin with? I mean, that's the thing that is kind of interesting about it. And they also kind of covered that in Altered Carbon as well, because you have the whole thing with like double sleeving, and of course there's the transporter thing in Star Trek. Are you even you anymore once you transport? And that's the reason why McCoy hated it.
I need to get caught up. I've seen all the TOS, but I need to rewatch all the TOS and the cartoon. I can't do next gen in one sitting at least, because nobody can. Anyway, I'm not sober. Anyway, moving on. Darian217 says, Jeff, look up HBO Real Sports Story on Hugh Herr, turning humans into supermen video clip on YouTube. Replacing human limbs is possible with robot legs now, full functional. I'll check that out. I'm very fascinated on that. I think it's just a weird ethical or something I feel strongly about with the, replacing it for the people that lost it for reasons, but that's a science I'm fascinated by.
I honestly, because of my issue with my eyesight, because I am legally blind in one eye, I would love to have cybernetic eyes. I mean, that would just make my life so much easier.
I mean, I know it seems like a pipe dream, but really, pooling efforts, how many years would it take for society if they could get over some ethical shit too with certain research for science? Like maybe they could just fix that, get to that singularity point in terms of that, and the world would be a better place. That's what I'd like to see. Even if we,
and that's why you start getting into the whole transhumanism thing, and that's like a whole different can of worms. But that's like the whole thing with Ghost in the Shell. It's all about transhumanism.
I can see it now. We'd have the council wars because there'd be a shortage of chips. And then people would be forced to pay extreme amounts for like their shit, and it would just get into and then you'd end up getting stuck buying cheap fucking chips and shit, and it would be a mess.
What was it? The game that had Adam Jensen in it. Oh crap!
By the way, keep this going for a second. I'm going to switch rooms.
Okay. Well, anyway, so they get in kind of the whole thing with the ethics of the cyberization, and what ends up happening is they end up releasing this virus that drives everybody who has prosthetics and cybernetics, crazy. Fuck, yeah, Deus Ex. Thank you, chat. I was totally blanking on that. But I like that kind of plot line. The guy that invented cybernetics basically is like, yeah, the cybernetics are bad. Anyway, seriously, I'm the only one unmuted.
You're the only one not talking. Or the only one.
I'm the only one talking?
Yeah, that.
Okay.
Yeah. So Jeff's gone. We can say all kinds of crazy shit now.
I guess.
Jamaram?
Jamaram!
Yeah, and we don't have to hear the thing.
I think it's hilarious. I laugh every time he plays it.
Jamaram.
I can't believe they named it that.
Jamaram.
Why would they name it that? Just so you could make fun. That's all they do. They name these outrageous. They do this outrageous crap. It's troll bait. That's all it is. It's like they're just trolling you into complaining about it. They're making it like, how outrageous can we make this for marketing purposes?
Yeah, seriously, I don't think you're wrong. I mean, to a degree, but just because it's troll bait doesn't mean it's going to sell anything.
Exactly.
I mean, because I've got to the point where it's like even like the really awful Marvel comics that I used to make fun of, I don't even bother buying. I mean, it's just it's terrible.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I don't give money, when I can avoid it, to a lot of these things. I mean, some things you have to for, if you're a YouTuber and you do a channel based on these things. But, if it's my own personal time and energy and money, I'm not going to buy like a Star Wars High Republic book. I just won't review the thing. I don't care enough to waste my time and energy when I know it's going to be garbage.
Well, that's the thing too. I mean, like back in 2017 when I started my channel, Marvel was so terrible that, I mean, the stuff, was so woke. It was bad. I mean, it was hilariously bad because they got really untalented people to write this shit. And it was funny. It was funny to read. It was funny to make fun of. After that, they got smart and they started going and incorporating. They got better artists and better writers to do this woke stuff, and it was a little bit more subtle. And so it was a lot more difficult to make fun of. Anyway, but then again, they have the United States of Captain America, which is going to be all kinds of made fun of.
Well, they're making it now. So they're making these like. Okay, so Captain America is racist because he's a white guy now. So it's not racist all of a sudden for them to make him a stereotypical Native. Like, does this guy own a casino? He's that much of a stereotype, this Native American character that they have. He probably does. Like that's all they can do is stereotype.
Yeah, they used to be able to do.
Sorry, go ahead.
All I was going to say is they used to be able to do archetype characters where maybe some of the things would be like, oh, okay, of course he's this or of course he's that. But they've forgotten archetypes and replaced them with stereotypes. So because these people aren't talented writers, Mecca,
no.
I wouldn't put this shit past them is what I'm saying.
Oh, God, it's just terrible. I don't see how they can survive as a company doing this garbage.
I don't know.
And
Now,
what is their plan? Like, what are their plans for survival? Just what, annoy us all until
I think their plan for survival is to outlast us. I mean, I think that's part of the issue. No, I'm serious. I mean, you look at the whole thing that we're seeing with like this indoctrination going on in schools. I mean, once you get the kids with the ideology, it's like smoking, right? Once you hook the kids, it's a lot easier to sell this product.
Well, I think that's what Disney was doing all along. I mean, they're making it bright and colorful, appealing to children, and that's they're throwing all this identity crap. Look at the Cartoon Network. Be anti-racist, see color.
Oh, Jesus.
Stuff. I'm like, that's the opposite of we were just supposed to treat people like they weren't different on the outside.
You can hook jumper cables up to MLK's body because he's like. And plug it into a battery because he's basically spinning in his grave right now. You can fucking generate electricity off that shit.
It's like we got to put a stop to these people because they're and I blame us in Gen X because we're the lazy kind of slacker generation. We didn't actually do anything, but that's kind of the problem is like we let these crazy people kind of take over and get away with everything, and we have to put a stop to it. We have to call them out. We have to stop it. We have to get on Twitter and fight these people at their level.
Meanwhile, the rest of the world has real problems that we're complaining about SJWs.
Well, SJWs are part of the real world problems too.
They are. I know
everything.
They are to a point, but I'm just being a jackass anyway.
I know.
Let's talk about a man who doesn't have real world problems. Doug Keller sends in a super chat that says Elon Musk is turning into Drax from Moonraker. Are you guys ready for that? I'm ready for that. All I want to say to Elon Musk is if you ever hear this show, we will be your entertainment arm. We're right on brand with whatever Thud was supposed to be. So Elon, call us up.
Yeah, and welcome to Texas, man. Just leave your California politics in California.
Jay Frazier 360 says, Jeff, have you seen or heard of Dark Side of the Ring? Yes, I have. He says it's a documentary series narrated by Chris Jericho focusing on controversial subjects and events within wrestling. Season 3 is currently airing. Well, Jay Frazier 360, I was not aware that Season 3 had started, so thank you for telling me that. Now, I have watched Season 1 and 2. I'm a huge fan of that show. I will say it is the best wrestling series produced about historical wrestling because it's the most honest. Unlike historically, the WWE likes to write their own narrative. So most of their documentary series will change things or be convenient because they want to promote this guy or this wrestler's on the outs with Vince over money. It's very pedantic and very school yard mentality. So that's why I respect Dark Side of the Ring. Now, Jay Frazier 360, I will ask you a question. Have you seen or listened to the podcast that usually airs the day after? It's on the Grill and JR network with Conrad Thompson. Check that out. It's a great show too. It's a season 2, but it talks about each and every episode in depth. So if you want a little more, check it out. Xenomorph Skull Hunter 79 says, it's our own mortality that defines us. It's part of the truth of our existence. Do you guys know what quote that's from? Or that's a quote from?
No, I don't.
Nor do I. It was in quotes, and I was like, I want to be like, oh, that's so cool from this movie, but
say it again. What was it?
It's our own mortality that defines us. It's part of the truth of our existence.
That sounds like a Spock thing almost, doesn't it?
But yes, but what happens if it doesn't need to define us? That's the thing.
I know you guys are probably going to be like, we're not getting the quote. I'm sorry.
I know at some point in time, it's like, yeah, I guess boredom would set in if you lived forever because you've basically done everything at some point.
There was a great comic book series, so great, in fact, that I forgot the name of the title. I'm going to tell you off air. I've mentioned it a bunch of times, but it's about a guy who just pretty much has lived for a long time, and he comes back to the world and starts working for this organization. It's basically like S.H.I.E.L.D., but for supernatural stuff. When I remember the name comics, I'm going to send you the link and ask if you've ever heard of it. But
I'm pretty sure Carrot had said that, or Carrot Top, or whatever his name is.
Carrot Top.
No.
Hey, he was the chairman of the board, bro.
Sounds very familiar.
TLJ Screwjob says, no gas. Jeff Burton didn't pay his dues. No check.
No ticket.
I love that scene. I also love Big Trouble in Little China. What a fun movie.
Back when movies were fun. That's the thing that makes me really kind of nostalgic for like the 80s and 90s is that even like the crappy movies were better than what we're getting now. I mean, it's like, I love Big Trouble in Little China. And an Oscar-winning movie, it is not, but it is just fantastically fun. And it's cheesy and it's self-aware and it's better than anything that we're going to get out of 2021.
Thank you, the original P-Dog 90. It is Planetary. The name escaped me, but yeah, folks, check that out. Can't recommend it enough. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, it's is it Wildstorm? I think it's a Wildstorm book. It's is it Warren Ellis and John Cassidy? Is the team? It might be. Yeah, just check it out, man. Planetary. It was a great book.
Oh, I have to check it out for sure.
That Nobody guy wanted to clarify. He says, "My Bad Riker is an example of a copied consciousness. A better, more recent example would be Robot in Invincible. Have y'all watched it?"
No,
it's on my radar. I need to watch it.
I am aware of it, but I have no desire to go and watch it on Netflix. I'd rather get it on my Plex server, but unfortunately, one of my pieces of software that gets stuff isn't working right at the moment. I've just been too lazy to fix it.
I have a friend who gives me access to his Plex server. It's so nice because he gets everything really quickly, too. It's like, the Bad Batch episode 2 is already on there. I'm like, well, shit. Cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of my VMware machines crashed, and I just moved everything over, and I can't find sonar or radar, the images for it. So I'm trying to figure out if I have that thing stashed on another volume someplace. So once I spin those VMs back up again, I can actually go and start collecting movies and TV shows again.
How big was your library at one point?
Oh, no, my library is still intact. I mean, I have like, hang on, let me log into my NAS. I can tell you. I
have opened Pandora's box, folks.
Yeah. Let's see here. How many terabytes do I have? Yeah, I have a lot of terabytes available. I only have 16 terabytes left.
Shit.
Only? No, yeah. I have like a 45 terabyte array. So yeah, I got a lot of crap.
Well, damn. I am severely under
let's see.
my computer. Let's see. Doug Keller says Serial Mom is an underrated gem.
Is it underrated? I thought everybody loved it.
I may be underrated in the term that it's not really talked about.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Like a lot of the John Waters films, sadly.
Yeah, I used up a little over half of my disk space.
Just a little over half. Holy shit.
Well, 1 year, I got a rather lovely bonus from work, and I bought like $1,000 worth of external hard drives. And the reason why is because I want to say they're like 10 terabytes each. And if you shuck the cases, you can actually use them as server drives because they're basically server grade hard drives, which means that their failure rate is a lot less. So I went and built my NAS using that, and I bought a shitload of hard drives. This is what bored IT people do in their time. Just letting you know.
Believe me, boredom is a motherfucker. I get it.
Yeah.
That's pretty much every IT guy I know. They have like just massive hardware collections.
I think we just love to collect what we're into.
Oh, it's not so much like collection. I mean, it's actually being used. This is basically my home lab that I have. It's just basically a bunch of older Dell hardware I bought off a friend of mine, and it's still serviceable. And
it's good because then you can like have access to absolutely everything just digitally.
Yeah,
you can have all your stuff backed up. You can have all your, like if you buy the Blu-ray and it has a download code, you can download it, have a stored copy somewhere.
Pretty much.
Yeah, and great for games and everything too.
So it's like free NAS is where it's at, and it's a great way of if you want to do Plex, which I use the majority of that for, and the other part of my my disk space is going to my Kubernetes cluster.
You're
I
what?
think we're confusing Tom. So a hard drive is where computers store things.
Kubernetes is it's a containerization platform.
Oh, okay.
I don't expect you to understand any of that, but it's basically pertains to my job.
Okay. I can comprehend.
Yeah.
The thing is, I'm not as untech savvy as I play it
I
off.
get drawn into this.
Well, containerization is a very specific thing. I mean, a lot of people are familiar with like virtualization. Yeah, that's what VMware does, and even like to a degree, Amazon, and then Docker. Joey gets it, Docker. But it's containerization is kind of like the next level because you have hardware, then most computers have like an operating system on that, and then you have a hypervisor, which is a kind of an operating system, which that's what allows you to run virtual machines, which is basically a way of running multiple machines on one bare metal machine. And then containerization, which is basically just containerizing a process, which if you know anything about Linux, you understand the idea of what a process is. So like your web server, that's basically a process, and you can go and containerize that process. And that's basically what Kubernetes does. It's more kind of like an orchestration layer.
Oh. All joking aside, when you break it down like that, I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah.
See, Linux is great if you have somebody there to like kind of help you through it. I think I've found the 1 or 2 times I used it. This is a while back though. It's actually pretty useful, but then everything else is on Windows now. So it's like, okay, but everything I'm using is on Windows. Everything is here. But no, I think it's like
I used to run Windows servers, but eventually I got to the point where my Windows was my background originally. I was a Windows admin. I started adminning NT servers back in the 90s. What's that?
Isn't Linux like so much more efficient?
Oh, it's way better.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't crash. You can do stuff.
Oh, it can crash. But yeah, I mean,
if you know what you're doing, that's the one you want to go with, from my understanding. But man, I think the rest, so many of us, I tease Tom, but no, I'm like, I barely understand what he's talking about too. So I used to be married to an IT guy, so I'm like, I kind of know some of these terms, and I can kind of pick out a gaming rig if I need to. But
yeah, Yoda-sama, I'm actually not really a Linux guy. I mean, I know enough, and I wouldn't consider myself to be an admin. It's kind of the reason why I got into DevOps. Because I suck at Linux. But yeah, automation is kind of the way to go. But anyway.
Phil Labooty says Cecil Goodbye Horses Star Wars comp is good. I'll have to check it out. I have not seen it.
Goodbye horses.
Well, that's what Buffalo Jeff needs to do, is sing Goodbye Horses.
Why do you call yourself Buffalo Jeff? Because you're so saucy?
That one hurt.
I don't get it. I just don't understand.
I love this show.
I don't know how I can do that. It just
I don't know, but you're really
it's like you're channeling him, man.
I don't it just comes out. It's not like I'm thinking. It just rolls out my mouth.
I honestly think that you're really Cecil at this point.
It's like he possesses my body, and just like that's what he would say. That's what he would do.
That's the Cecil way. Now, Doug Keller says, if Dune flops, the director is done with Warner Brothers. It's the same guy who directed Blade Runner 2049, which bombed horribly. That was another one that I was thinking about, too. I know I said non-branded one, so excuse that. But a lot of the sci-fi movies, just in general, even ones that are considered, great. I've seen tons of people praise Blade Runner 2049. Like, Warner Brothers and these companies just care about the dollar. So,
oh yeah, I mean, I get why people hate it. I think it's a very beautiful movie. From a cinematic standpoint. I mean, the plot's not that great, but just the visuals were just really well done. It's a shame there wasn't a better story attached to it.
Tom is not a postmodern Shirley MacLaine. He wears better shoes.
I still haven't seen Blade Runner 2049, so I can't really comment on any of its merits, but I want to watch it one day.
It's all right. It's one of those movies that's very polarizing, though.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's like I don't hate the movie.
Yeah.
It's like I kind of I enjoy it for what it's worth. But it's like I'm not sure what they tried to do to the Blade Runner universe, but they kind of messed it up a little bit. They tried to pull a Matrix to a degree.
Yes, but no. I think the problem most people have with it is it kind of gives you answers that the first movie left open.
Yeah,
if you don't like those answers, you're not going to like the movie.
Yeah, cause the whole. Yeah, I mean, I know everyone here knows, but never mind. I'm not going to say it.
Go for it. I don't care.
Oh, the idea that Decker was supposed to be a replicant.
That's what I was. Yeah, that's kind of the question. And yeah, it's up to you whether or not you want to accept the answer in Blade Runner 2049 is what I meant exactly. Yeah.
Xenomorph Skull Hunter 79 says, "Where's my Prince Valiant movie? Development hell."
Is there actually a Prince
Albert
movie?
In the can?
Christopher Mills asks, "Ever consider streaming from Odyssey?" What is that? Do you guys know what he's talking about?
I've heard of it.
It's like an alt tech sort of new tech.
Odyssey? Right? Yeah, Odyssey's pretty cool.
I haven't used it, so.
Right now, I'm enjoying StreamYards. As soon as I get, like I said, once I get my new computer, that's really going to be the problem. Because I think this computer is just old. It's got a sound issue like a motherfucker. So, we'll see. I think everything's just going to sound a lot better in a couple of weeks. So,
promises.
I already paid for this shit. Believe me. The only promise is this better be here by Friday because I paid $30 extra to get it. Lacking Level says, "Have you guys already talked about the Venom 2 trailer?" We have not. What did you guys think? I thought it was a pretty decent trailer, even though I haven't seen the first Venom movie. I'm interested.
It's a Venom movie.
Did you enjoy the first Venom movie?
I didn't hate it. That was all right. I mean, it was one of those things where it was like, yeah, this is probably the Venom movie we would have got in 1997. It feels like a 90s movie. The only thing that just kind of is like, you're like, it would have been cooler if they could have connected it to Spider-Man in some way, but whatever. And the only other bitch I have is like, Eddie Brock is an asshole. And they make this Eddie Brock too likable. So
I mean, that's a problem. I mean, at some point in time, they kind of made him redeemable.
Well, that's the thing is he's got to be the hero, so you're stuck with that. But outside of that, I mean, as it is on its standalone self, it's not. It's mostly harmless, as they would say in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
I think a lot of it too is that when it comes to the characterization of Eddie Brock, from what I saw from the trailer, is that there was no we. Which is basically how Eddie and the symbiote see themselves. They see themselves as we, not as individuals.
He does say we a lot. The symbiote does.
Yeah, but Eddie should be saying we because it's kind of that shared.
He kind of does by the end. That's kind of the point of the film is him just kind of coming to terms with I'm stuck with this now, kind of thing. And I mean, I guess I got that out of the second trailer, and I got the humor in it, but I'm just not sure anymore. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I watched the trailer. It didn't really do anything for me. I mean, here's the thing. Venom is like one of my all-time favorite Marvel characters. And whenever they try and adapt him for the big screen, I mean, they always find a way of mucking it up. And you're right. Part of the issue with a Venom movie is that you need to have Spider-Man because you have to have him be a villain to Spider-Man before you can make him an anti-hero or make him a hero or whatnot.
Yeah, that's a problem. It's a problem in the tone. I mean, they basically kind of use him like a Deadpool character now.
Well, there's one other problem too, comics. And you know this. The form of Venom shouldn't look like this without Spider-Man.
Because, I brought that up before.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly it because of the black uniform. So, I mean, that's kind of the issue is that if you really want to do it right, you need to do a Venom movie. You got to have Peter Parker in it. And honestly, that should be probably 3 movies if you're going to get to it because you got to have the first movie where he gets the suit. It's about him ending up battling the suit. and it ends with him getting rid of the suit. And then the second one would be about Brock getting the suit and, Venom being a bad guy for like the next 2 movies before you can actually try and make him into an anti-hero.
Yeah, I gotta say, a Venom trilogy in the middle of a regular Spider-Man saga, I think would work really well. Like you do, you do Spider-Man 1 through 3.
You can't rush it. That's the thing.
Yeah, because the black suit is a really important story, but the alien version of the costume is only the alien version for how many? Not as many years as people think, because he does go to a cloth version soon after.
Yeah, he does go to the cloth black suit. But ultimately, the only way, honestly, they'd be able to adapt it properly is just skip the origin and do something like Venom Lethal Enforcer. And have it exist where there is Spider-Man in the universe, and we know that he gets it from Spider-Man. So you kind of have that history, and you could do it like in a flashback really quick, summing up how he got the suit, and just move on. That's the only way you could really kind of do this right.
Did you see the movie or not?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so I'm the only one here who's actually watched this movie. Okay, they do kind of get around some of the Spider-Man stuff in the movie, and once you actually see it, they have subdued a lot of the things that kind of make it look more like Spider-Man. But overall, like I said, it's one of those movies where the trailer really didn't do the movie itself justice. Like, the movie is actually better than you'd think. It's enjoyable. It's a good time. It's fun. And if you just kind of detach yourself from the Spider-Man part of it, it's kind of this cool, like, edgy, like I said, it feels like the movie we would have gotten in 1997, probably, because New Line was going to make this movie then, and this is probably the same fucking script. I wouldn't be surprised, because it feels like a 1990s New Line movie, and that's why I think, Jeff, you would probably enjoy it. You would probably have a lot of the same problems with it from the Spider-Man point of view, but you probably walk away from it going, you know what? If I can just kind of disconnect what Venom actually is in the Spider-Man universe, and like this is its own kind of thing, you probably be like, yeah, I had fun watching it. I mean,
I still want to watch it.
Like, there's some cool elements to it. And I mean, they kind of work with it, like, as far as like, instead of him doing the web slinging thing, it's just kind of like the symbiotes. They always make it like tentacles and shit like that. So it's just, instead of it being the spider web kind of spinning, it's more of the tentacles that are slinging out. And they made the eyes a little bit more different, so they don't look so much like Spider-Man's. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And so like when the symbiote is actually talking to him, it'll like form the head, and that's why the head looks like Venom, is it just kind of has that kind of look to it. I mean, they kind of work around it, and instead of spider webs, it's veins all over him. You know what I mean? So I mean, they kind of yeah. I would love to see the R-rated cut, that's for sure.
What do you guys think of Woody Harrelson?
I honestly did not recognize him, and I honestly think he would play a great Cletus Cassidy.
Woody can do anything, period.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. So like that, Woody's one of those guys where you can put him in just about anything.
I think he's a great actor.
Yeah, I do too, and I think he's definitely old enough to look like Cletus Cassidy.
This was the first movie I've ever seen where, even though the wig was pretty damn good, it's still weird seeing Woody Harrelson with hair. Like, I can't buy it, no matter how perfect it is. I'm glad they got him to play Cletus Cassidy, and yes, he needs to have the red hair, but I know it's a weird thing to discuss, but I don't know. Is it maybe
the person I could think of otherwise could have been Jim Carrey or Nicolas Cage. Those are the only other two I could think that I possibly could have handled it. And even those are probably the wrong.
Nick Cage? Oh, God, no.
Yeah, not Nick Cage. I take that one back. Jim Carrey, though, maybe.
Yeah, Jim Carrey, if he's... he could definitely do it. Especially now, the way he looks. He looks kind of weird.
Yeah, if he brings the darker stuff to the table.
Yeah, like he did with Kick-Ass.
Mm-hmm.
Where he wasn't being jokey or goofy like Riddler.
Yeah, and like his other more serious films, yeah.
Yeah.
I know this isn't popular, but I would have liked to have seen Jim Carrey play the Riddler in the Nolan verse, because his acting evolved. I want to see if he could have done it twice.
I think I brought that up before too myself, Jeff. I brought that up before.
I said it would have been sweet.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. Part of the issue is that the Riddler is not the Joker, and that's kind of the problem with Jim Carrey. Is that maybe Jim Carrey would have made a great Joker, but not a Riddler.
I like his Riddler, but I agree because he's playing Gorshin on crack. It's what he's
yeah.
It really is what he's doing.
Well, it's like, dude, it's like that. I love how they portray the Riddler in Batman the Animated Series. That was a fantastic portrayal of the character.
He was great.
Yeah.
His ego and vanity are what make him a great villain. Because it's like, oh, I'm gonna tell you who I am, but you gotta play these games. And if you're so smart, why aren't you rich? Is probably that might be my favorite episode.
I don't understand why the third Batman movie of Nolan's wasn't the Riddler. It made the most sense. He's the most real world bad guy you can have. I mean, because guys like that could actually exist. So, I mean, it just, I don't understand why he didn't. Why he went with Bane is beyond me. Just because he wanted to do the guy that broke Batman's back. That's why, probably. I don't know.
He did so poorly, too. I mean, it looked like comic accurate, but
I dislike. I've only seen that movie like twice.
Not the character.
I just dislike that movie. It was not a good movie. And I hate it. I don't like it.
Absolutely terrible. And they did Poison Ivy poorly too.
Oh, I was talking about Batman, the Rises one.
Yeah.
But I don't like Batman and Robin either. But no.
Yeah, Tom, I was with you on that whole anti-Dark Knight Rises train. Like, I was riding that one with you.
My name is Bane.
Don't like it.
What's going to break first, your spirit or your body? Like,
I'm not broke. Let's keep the microphone while we talk, so it makes it even more difficult to understand what I'm saying.
I mean, what was Nolan thinking with that? I mean, because he could have had a badass Riddler.
I would have.
So Doug Keller is saying Nick Cage as Mr. Freeze. Thoughts?
That's not a bad idea, actually.
If he could play, a deadpan stoic, then
he
maybe
could do that. Just pay him a little extra.
But yeah, I mean, again, Mr. Freeze from Batman the Animated Series, best Mr. Freeze ever.
Nicolas Cage is one of those actors where you got to do one for him and then one for you.
Yeah.
So then you keep the one for you. Once in a while, you get one of those magic moments out of him.
Are you talking about lines or something else?
Just the way he delivers shit.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Like, because like if you do subdued Nick Cage, you just want him down here doing this stuff.
Well, dude, like one of his best movies is Leaving Las Vegas. I mean, shit.
Yeah, he won an Oscar.
Yeah, I mean, fucking A. I mean, that is like, talk about you're practically cutting your own wrist by the end of the movie. But it is so fucking good.
Otherwise, that is a missed opportunity having Nick Cage in the classic Batman movies. Like, if anything, he should have been Mr. Freeze.
Well, they were so convinced making him Superman was a good idea.
Oh, yeah.
I'm more of an Earth protector, Lois.
So
that would have been a beautiful train wreck to see.
Thank you, Lacking Levels, for your super chat. Primer says, wait until SJWs dig up New 52, Starfire, and Catwoman. Oh, their eyes are going to burn. It's so funny how people get up in arms over a drawing. It's not real. No one was objectified when they made the Catwoman movie, or excuse me,
no boobs were hurt during the drawing of this cartoon.
No. Frank Cho doesn't do anything to these women. They're not real. Like, whatever.
Well, and again, I mean, it's not like I don't get your guys' side of the argument.
Again, it's going back to the whole thing with being puritanical. I mean, it's in pure thoughts. Oh my God, you're thinking of curvy, busty women. You horrible person.
No, exactly. Well, not only that, they're not real. That's the other side of it. And then, I remind, again, it's not like I don't understand what you guys were saying before either, but these are the same people that wrote articles about how, like, Robin Hood, the fox from the Disney movie, confused their genitals as children. So go figure.
Ew. Still trying to figure that one out.
Exactly my point. And that's why I think we're just better off ignoring it. I mean...
I don't think we're better off ignoring it. I think we're better off mocking it because bad ideas need to be mocked into oblivion.
We also can't get butthurt if they turn around and get upset about it too. So
sure we can.
Well, like I said,
just mock them more.
It would be different if we weren't doing the same kind of shit to them on the other side, though.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hostile Bogey Inbound says it's not just destroying beauty; it's total dismantling of societal norms. Y'all love the show. Well, thank you, Hostile Bogey Inbound. Glad to entertain you. And now I just want to play Call of Duty. That's all I can think of.
Till they can actually stop you jerking off, though, I don't think there's a problem.
Oh, they'll make that illegal, Tom.
Until
productivity will go up in the world.
No, actually, I think productivity will go down.
You got to have all that energy. Well, that's true. Never.
A lot more people. You're gonna have a lot more angry people, I think, at that point.
Oh, we're all guy. Well, Mecca's not a guy, but we've all been there as people. We know what's up. So I'm gonna end that one. Merlin Bid says those who can't create beauty seek destruction.
Exactly. Not wrong.
007 Cloud, he says, I watched Demon Slayer 4 times. I have seen the movie in theaters more than once, besides Joker, and that was just 2 times.
I need to still see it.
That's what I mean. There's stuff out there that if you put it out there, people will go see it. I mean, Godzilla vs. Kong is another great example of it. I mean, that movie has grossed more than the last Godzilla movie has, and that movie wasn't during a pandemic. And that's why Legendary was so fucking pissed. Because they're like, look at all that money that was left on the table. Over 3 million people watched Godzilla vs. Kong that first week. Now translate that into movie tickets. It's a small chunk, but it's a big enough deal. But it also shows that people will go, and if they have the other option, it's there. But I don't think it's going to be as a detriment to the movies as people think it is. It's going to kill the smaller movies, is what it's going to do. Because you're going to have a lot of movies where people are going to be like, yeah, I'm not going to go to the theater to go see, whatever latest drama, right? They're just going to view it digitally. But I remember a lot of people saying, even about Mortal Kombat, they're like, I'm going to go see that in theater first. I want to see that on the big screen. So that does matter still to people, I think, a lot more than some of us want to think so. And again, your mileage may vary with the individual, but a lot of people were saying they were running into sold out screens when it came to Demon Slayer and Mortal Kombat and Godzilla vs. Kong. So that just tells me, it tells me that the theaters are at capacity basically. So, and I mean, some people also, again, like I said, mileage will vary because I think you said comics, nobody was at the theater when you went.
No, when I saw Tenet. Yeah.
There's that was Tenet. That was at the beginning of this shit though.
Yeah.
Darian217, thank you very much for your super generous super chat. Real Picard, we've made too many compromises already, too many retreats. They invade our space and we fall back. They assimilate entire worlds and we fall back. Not again. The line must be drawn here. This far, no further. So is that from something specific? Do you guys know?
That's from First Contact.
Okay.
Yeah.
I watched it when it was new on tape. That was what, 96?
Yeah, 96, I want to say. Yeah.
96 or 7.
There was a weird window where I liked Star Trek The Next Generation as a kid. I don't know why, but I don't remember any of it. So I'm just like, I remember he liked the Borg, or he became assimilated with the Borg, and that's all I really remember. And Whoopi Goldberg was always in the bar. I was like, oh, okay. Whoopi Goldberg, I know her.
Sounds like you just
I love Next Gen. I mean, it's so good. I ended up rewatching it like the majority of the episodes last year because of Picard, because I hated Picard so much. I had to cleanse the palate. And it's just like, God damn, the storytelling is just so much better.
D. Gray says, shut up and listen. Or shup and listen. Well, I will shup and listen.
That was a while back. I don't even remember what we were talking about.
I kind of vaguely remember, but
Oh no, we were fighting. That's right.
Yeah.
We're going back and forth about the J. Scott Campbell stuff.
Yeah.
Stunning and Brave Paisley Hidalgo, thank you very much for both your super chats. Remember Milo Manara, the artist who drew Spider-Woman in a very specific pose? Jokes on the woke, that has now become one of the most famous referenced and redrawn comic book covers of all time. I do remember that one.
Too. That shit will permeate. This other crap, slow space, I was going to call it, safe space or whatever. All that other fucking lunchbox, all that crap. None of that shit's going to live on. And that's what I was kind of saying earlier is I get it. It's one thing, but like, just fuck them. They want to do that shit. Let them. You know what? Nobody's going to care. The only reason anybody's caring is because everybody made a big deal out of it.
Well, they can't go after these artists, though. Their livelihood. That's the line that needs to be drawn, because they don't just want these images to go away. They want the people that created them to feel bad for them.
That I agree with, and that's not the part I was talking about, though. I'm talking about we can't go off on somebody if they redraw something and make it all modest. Big fucking deal. Let them. Guess what?
I honestly don't care as long as it's not like shitty artwork or something.
Exactly. To their point, whatever. Let them do it. If you want to say it's shitty, that's your prerogative.
Well, yeah, it goes back to opinion, right? You know,
exactly.
Art's beauty is in the eye of the beholder, so to speak.
I just don't want to be called a hypocrite because, you know, we defend like people like Anna when she does that and people go after her, you know, but yet we're basically guilty of the same thing.
I just think it's funny. Saying. It's like that meme of like, you know, the picture of Jesus. And then they show like the restored version and it's total crap. I mean, that's basically.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, in my opinion, they're free to redraw stuff all they want, but the issue is the attitude that comes with, "Oh, I fixed this for you." It's like,
but isn't that kind of what they're saying too when Anna redraws safe space?
Yeah, but that's a response to it though. It's not. Let's put it this way: Anna never would have done it if it wasn't for the asshat doing it the first time, and it's more of an FU than anything else.
Granted, but I'm just saying, I'm trying to stay on an even keel here with, you know.
No, they have a problem
I get it,
with this existing art that's a decade old. That's the problem, and I don't think they should.
That's a better argument, actually.
Yeah,
because
and they did this shit to another Marvel artist when the Spider-Woman comic book came out in like, shit, I guess it was like
2014, right? Milo Manara.
Yeah, well, they did to Milo, but they did to another comic artist too.
I mean, what Mecca said, though, to me personally is a better argument, and that's kind of where more where Mary was coming from. And even though she's not here for me to say this to her, but I do grant her that, at least in my point of view from the argument, because yes, that to me is a place to stand from as far as like, yeah, when Anna goes out there and does it, it's Leox Giassi, it's Safe Space. It's all these characters that are basically trying to replace or new or whatever, right?
I think it's funny when they do this shit. I mean, because the cringe level, the fact that you guys made a fucking Rock as a character. I mean, if it was like a parody, it would be funny as hell. It's even funnier and sad that they did it for actual Star Wars. I mean, yeah.
But no, and I get it. Like, and I said, then to me, that's the only place where I see the main argument being is that they're taking a piece of recognized art and a recognized character and saying, yeah, I fixed it, which fine. You may think you fixed it, but that's your opinion. Like, you know, like,
well, that's the whole point behind all this.
Exactly. But we do the same kind of shit is all I'm trying to say. But the difference being here is we're not taking established characters.
Are we actually actively seeking out SJW art and changing it and saying, hey, we fixed it for you?
Sometimes, yes.
Also, too, Tom, the artist...
Greg Land. Okay, they did the exact same thing to Greg Land for the Spider-Woman 2014.
Well, bro, Greg Land doesn't get any defense on this channel. He traces porn.
Well, I've met Greg Land and he's an asshole, too. So I'm not defending him as a person, but they went after him, too, with the whole, I fixed your art for you.
The big difference is, too, with this story, Tom, is that the artist himself not only responds perfectly, he gets then here's the thing, like his initial response, if that was the end of the story, it's the most beautiful poetic response. The artist himself goes back and redraws it a final time. Humorous, perfect, done. The crazies online took it to the next level.
Oh, they fucking went ape shit.
That is when it gets ugly. Like if that's the end of the story, person calls out artist says, hey, you're not as good as me in so many different ways, and then draws it again. And their newer, more refined style to just stick it to them. To me, that's ultimate comeuppance. But then it got ugly. Like,
well, they try to cancel him at that point.
Yeah, that's not a cancelable offense. You know what? He's standing up for himself. The dude made it to the top. These people didn't. And you know what? J. Scott Campbell doesn't go, well, if you don't look at it too closely, it's not a problem. Like,
yeah, I know. That's the funny part about it is the guy, person, whatever, was like, don't look at it too much and criticize my work, even though I'm going and criticizing somebody else's work. It's like, wait a second. If you're going and criticizing somebody else's work by putting out a drawing and saying, and trying to deflect criticism, saying, this was done quickly. Don't judge my work because blah, blah, blah. That's a fucking excuse because people are going to go and rip your shit apart at that point.
So I'm going to move on because we do have a few more super chats and I got to jump over to the other stream.
That's cool, dude.
The stunning and brave Paisley Hidalgo says, Clownfish TV just released a video titled Kid Book Published on How to Avoid Toxic Fandoms. Look it up. I will. I might have to read it as Buffalo Jeff if anyone wants to send us a copy. Buffalo Jeff will read any book to make you uncomfortable. I should read the phone book. Dr. Idiot says, Mary, the best medicine tastes bitter. Well, we did get to read that one to Mary, Dr. Idiot, but thank you very much.
At least now we know where we're at.
Yeah. Primer says, Pan Am and Sears used to be massive. Not anymore.
Yep.
That's
my point.
And let's see. Let me pull up the other window real quick because apparently Google wants to be silly.
But here's the thing though, is I mean, I don't know if you're making that reference as opposed to my Coke and McDonald's.
No, my comments about companies now are nothing lasting forever.
Oh yeah, well that's true too. But like things like the whole like X-Men and Marvel and all those they'll just always be reestablished. Those kind of things will live on past the entities that own them. So
here's a question I have. So are you trying to say that like when an artist like Anna redraws somebody's artwork that it's basically like when the SJWs get upset and they put too many clothes on something and they redraw it because she's an actual professional artist and not like a little Tumblr?
I don't think that makes any difference here is my point.
I think it does. If a professional artist goes and redraws something, then it's not just being hypocritical because
I guess it depends on the intent behind it, right? I mean, if she's
the intent.
Because
one thing is, if she's taking professional artwork and making it better just to make a point of how shitty it is, that's different. I think that's completely different.
Again, we also have to look at it as
no. She's a professional, Tom. Like she's a professional, so she gets the right to draw and criticize. If it's some little random Yahoo asshole Twitterati woke tard motherfucker, then they can get stuffed and they can cry and complain. I think that's the big difference. When it's like a professional, real, legit artist.
Yeah. Well, even if it's a woke tard going and redrawing somebody's professional artwork, and it was actually better, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Well, better or not, if you want to go that route, that's actually more insulting to the original artist, in fact.
Well, because that original artist is shitty.
Well, it doesn't matter because if she's a professional, then she should know better. That's not something you should do as a common courtesy of being a professional. If you want to go that route, I don't want to have to even get to that point. My point is
actually they should be hiring people like her instead of these people who really are lacking talent. I think that maybe more artists, like professional artists out there, should call this shit out and say, look, you're hiring these idiots who are garbage when you could just pay a little more and get a better quality product.
Well, and the other thing too, Tom, what's the difference between when just some guy or your boy Zach went and roasted a Marvel comic because of how terrible it was? I mean, we're all amateurs, and granted, we're also the people buying the product. But I mean, there's plenty of people out there, whether they be professional or not, that go and criticize stuff and say, "This is what I would have done." Like your Critical Drinker does the exact same things with TV shows and movies, talking about.
I'm not talking about being critical, though. I don't care if anybody wants to go out there and say, "Oh, your version sucks." That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it's hypocritical for us to hold somebody else to a standard when we defend others who do the same. It's hypocritical
for you people to get butthurt over what I said over the Snyder thing.
Well,
and you guys did, and you guys got really fucking butthurt over it. So
not us.
Not you, really?
You want to bring this on? You want to bring this out in the fucking public? That's your fucking problem. You shouldn't have said it in the first place.
Hey, you're the ones who got upset with. So Zack Snyder, Father of the Year, who's kind of a jerk. Yeah, I said it. Yeah,
and because of that, people won't come on our show now. And I shouldn't even fucking be here because you're here. I don't want to be associated with somebody who wants to say something stupid like that.
I don't want to be associated with a wokier than thou person who has decided to not only come after anything anybody says like he knows better than them, but for crying out loud, I mean, come on, get over it. I've seen bands like Gwar in concert who have done far worse. If people are going to get offended over what I say, yet still defend people like Gina Carano, then you guys are hypocrites. You guys are. Sorry.
Well, I'm going to move on. So
let's move on.
Yeah. So Dr. Idiot, thank you very much for your super chat. Perfect name for the diffusion. But we already read that one. So Jada Becca says, I don't know if you've already mentioned this and I missed it, but when is Stealing Solo going to ship to the backers? So Jada Becca, it ships over the summer. As it says on the Indiegogo, it says August. As I said at the beginning of the stream, I have already contacted the printer, already signed paperwork for that, and already have the files made. I'm waiting for the legalese on one document, and then that baby goes off to the printer. The only last thing I need to change is the address on where to ship it because my ass moved out of here this week. So yeah, as it says, July. Now, I'm going to look into it. I'm probably going to start shipping out the trading cards to the people who got that backing tier only as they come in. So stuff will start to ship out over the summer, and then we'll see it. So be on the lookout for that. And yeah, it's a nice, fat 112-page book on the way to you nice and soon. So Gek812 says, it was getting majority pushed through TikTok and Twitch, even YouTube, especially during the lockdown aimed at kids. My now 13-year-old niece lectures. Well, Gek812, I'll tell you, my cousin's daughter, stepdaughter, is about that age, and she does not talk about the way she presents the next generation. I go, oh, maybe the next generation isn't full of idiots. And it's not just these two kids. They're just your average everyday kids. They don't go to the premier elite schools. They're from Ohio. They're just your average everyday people. And a lot of these crazy views espoused publicly, aren't, regurgitated by them. Now, I know it's anecdotal, but at the same time, again, it does give me hope. So hopefully, while your 13-year-old niece lectures, maybe kids around them will get out of that shit. And, nobody likes a wet blanket. So Doug Keller says, I wish there were more movies like Murphy's Law nowadays. Is that Bronson?
Murphy's Law? I don't remember.
Yeah. Let me look that up real quick. Murphy's Law film. Because, 1986. It is Charles Bronson, I think. I think we had this on tape as a kid. But I never watched it. It's a neo-noir action thriller directed by J. Lee Thompson from the screenplay by it was Gail Morgan Hickman. Anyway, I'm going to check it out because it's on Pluto for free. Knowing my luck, it'll show up tomorrow on TV.
Yeah, probably. That's kind of how these things work.
Let's see. Speaking of bad movies, says Just Nova. Watch Ice Pirates. It's still fun to watch. I would love to see it. That has been on my radar for a minute. I do like the crazier 80s shit. I'll put it like this. If it's from that decade, I'll pretty much watch whatever.
Yeah, it's definitely of that decade for sure.
007 Cloud, thank you very much. He says, without Spidey, Venom is just black goo that can look like whatever the host wants. Spidey gives the iconic look because it's a perversion of his suit.
Yep.
Well, you are a man who knows your books, dude. That's exactly what happened. So I have nothing to add. Headcase Laboratory, or Laboratory as I say sometimes, thank you very much and welcome back. He says, I made my first long YouTube video feeling accomplished. #VAME. Buffalo Jeff and the High Council and the Tom. Jamram. Mortal Kombat. Who's that Pokemon? Well, you know what, Headcase Laboratory, in honor of your video, not the super chat, in honor of your video, let me press a couple buttons to close out our show on a nice, fun way. So let's do this. So you said who's that Pokemon, right? Well, I like to press.
Bush doesn't care about black people.
Just to loosen up the room before you Jammer. And then you hit him with one of these.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's me, Austin! Oh, son of a bitch!
There you go. Well, there are your button presses. But Headcase Laboratory, oh, wait, sorry. Excuse me. There you go. Now you got them all. But congratulations on the first long video. And folks, YouTube is a tricky beast at times, but it is something that if you put in the time, you can make it happen. And luckily, there's a lot of great people in the community that want to help you out. There's a lot of people that can give you great advice. So, ask fellow creators, ask fellow listeners, and if you've wanted to start a channel, go for it. There's a lot of work. It's an uphill battle, but it is satisfying. 007 Cloud, thank you. He says, Jim Carrey was my ideal Cletus because of the 90s Spidey show. He was basically a red-headed Ace Ventura. Now, 007 Cloud, is the goofy version good because of the TV censorship? I know there were some limitations on good old Cletus Cassidy from that Spider-Man show. Now, that being said, it is the perfect thing to model from a television show. Like Jim Carrey, every kid likes Ace Ventura or Dumb and Dumber. At that point in time, he was the biggest actor on the planet. So it made sense for for Carnage to at least, when you can't have a violent killer on the show, you at least make him like Jim Carrey. I think it's a pretty good right in the middle.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about cartoons. You can't go full Cletus Cassidy.
You never go full Cletus Cassidy.
Yeah.
Folks, you should check out the Amazing Spider-Man numbers 300 and something wherever you can, because that's a pretty solid issue, and it shows a darker side to Spider-Man that we don't get anymore. It's really nice to see the violent side. I know it's like, it's a kid's book. Well, no, it's not necessarily a kid's book. There are some darker issues, and the Carnage story is pretty goddamn good. So we had 2 more super chats, and then we are going to close out the show. So first off, we had a fun one from, where'd it go? Oh, London Fog 66, who says, I'm a proud owner of Batman the Animated Series on Blu-ray. Cheers. Heart of Ice episode is the best episode, in my opinion. I am the Knight. Dude, Heart of Ice is probably the best written cartoon of the 90s, maybe the best written cartoon episode ever.
Is that when they introduced Mr. Freeze?
Yeah, and his wife.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, that story is so good.
If you don't feel something, you're either a little kid, which I get, or you have a heart of ice like Mr. Freeze. That episode is perfect. Like, I know we talk about positive stuff. We had an embarrassment of riches in terms of like great entertainment in the 90s. I know every decade has great stuff and every decade has shit, but we were lucky that a lot of the quality stuff that people took notice of back then was so good, or whatever, maybe I think so bad, but it was so good that it stuck around. And I think the longevity is a testament to some of the quality. I know garbage can stick around all the time, but, the cream rises to the top. And Batman the Animated Series, I will go on record and say it's the best cartoon ever made, and Heart of Ice is a damn fine episode. It's real drama. I know it's for kids, but it's real drama. Like, it's great. That's what I want. When people say, what do you want out of a show? I just want people to give a shit the way the people from Batman the Animated Series cared. That's it.
Well,
it doesn't
that goes to show you if the story is good, whether it's for kids or not. I mean, it's kind of timeless, and that's the thing that we complain about when it comes to what we're seeing out of entertainment these days. Is that it's got to be relevant? It's like, no, it has to be timeless if you want it to stick around. If not, in 5 years, it's going to be dated. And no one's going to give a shit.
Yeah. Up next, we also have New Guy Drew, who says, context is absolutely important. Fixing from a point of perceived moral superiority is different than a professional critique. I agree with that statement.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Up next, finally, we have our last super chat from Headcase Laboratory, who says, Tom left hashtag the soft-boiled egg has left the building. All right. So it looks like we have reached the end of the High Council. So, folks, I guess things will be changing. So, come back next week. We'll find out what's going on here on the High Council. Now, before we go, Mecca, is there anything you'd like to say to the audience before we go?
I'm sorry. Come back, Tom. I don't know. Don't cancel me more.
Comics Division, anything you'd like to say?
Hi. How are you? How you doing? I got nothing.
Yeah, well, folks, I'd like to thank everybody for watching us tonight. Thank you for everyone who's back to the comic. The link is in the description. I'll drop the link in the chat. I know we haven't been pimping it super hard tonight. Well, because it really reached all of its goals, and I'm very happy. And right now I'm just ordering stuff. And so it is in demand for a few weeks this summer, actually for a few months of the summer until it runs out. And I'll give you guys ample time to know when that happens. So, folks, from all of us here at the High Council, thank you for watching. Be smart, be safe, be cool, but always be excellent to each other.